Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was meant to die but all for one saved him? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The sound of tires screaming as the driver of the truck desperately hit the brakes. The feeling of a body being frozen by surprise instead of fear. The lights of the truck, blinding. He didn't as much wake up as he catapulted himself out of his bed, gasping and breathing air that had no business being in his lungs, a hand clutching at his chest. His heart was beating madly under it, but it was intact, unlike what one would have expected after being run over by a truck. Bile started to rise in his throat, but he forced himself to remain still, then leaned down, breathing very slowly. He was alive. He had died and now he was alive. With trembling fingers, he found his cell phone left on the floor by his bed and turned it on, using the light to orient himself. He got out of bed, walking on trembling legs and ignoring the room that wasn't his, full of treasures that didn't belong to him, and he dragged himself to the bathroom. Memories that didn't belong to him, at least he thought so, had started to rise to the surface, painting a world where fantasy had become reality, where people had power, while his own memories were disappearing. He looked at his reflection, staring at a freckled face with big green eyes and just as green hair. He didn't remember if it bore a resemblance to his real face, but he still recognized it, for he had seen it 1,000 times through angsty fan arts. His legs suddenly informed him that they weren't no longer inclined to carry him, and he had to grab the sink with both hands in order not to fall. At the same time, the glacial realization hit him, cutting straight through the denial, bargaining and anger and forcing him to acknowledge the terrible, no good, awful truth. He had died and reincarnated in the novel he literally had in his hand when he had been hit by a truck. The teenager took deep and slow breaths, trying to jugulate one impressive panic attack. Symbol of victory followed Bakugo Katsuki, a gruff protagonist with an OP power and a challenging personality, on a hero journey that would lead him to become the #1 hero. The first book, My Hero Academia, followed the usual shounen recipe in the first chapters only to stand out by becoming darker and showing a realistic tale about how dangerous being a hero, or even a hero student, really was. The story was a massive phenomenon that had swiped over the internet, and even people who didn't read it at least knew about it, bringing it to a lot of content and a fandom that welcomed those who had read the source material and the wanderers who only knew the story through fics, fan arts, and Tumblr posts. He passed a hand over the freckled face he had seen in thousands of angsty fan arts about Bakugo Katsuki's backstory. Breaking every law of Isekais, he hadn't reincarnated as an overpowered antagonist trying to avoid the doom flags in an action series or as a villainous born in a noble family and who had to take revenge over the female lead in a romance series. Instead, he had managed to get reincarnated as a side character whose death was inevitable and who also happened to be the only person in the entire series not to have a quirk. Words were uttered inside this bathroom that decency didn't allow to reveal. He dragged himself back to his room and let himself fall on the bed, his hands clutching his face. Midoriya Izuku wasn't even a side character. He was barely a background character designed to be pitiful and to give main pain to the protagonist, Bakugo Katsuki. The memory of the quirkless, worthless, childhood friend, who had dreamed too big and whose life had been cut short. His death was a constant reminder that Katsuki needed to be better and not let anything affect him. In the web novel, Midoriya Izuku died in Katsuki's backstory, after he had told him to take a swan dive from the roof and to hope for a quirk in his next life, a sentence that had marked the entire fandom forever and which had started many flame wars. Thus, the author had changed Midoriya Izuku's death in the light novel to happen at Kamino, in a futile attempt to save his former best friend, only to be crushed by a building in front of his very eyes. It certainly made for an incredible scene, but he wasn't keen on sharing this fate. I suppose that even if I don't know which version I am in, I can at least avoid my canon fates by never setting foot in Kamino and avoiding rooftops for the rest of my life. However, there was an apocalypse arc in Book 5 or 6, after All Might's death. Japan going to hell as the hero system collapsed, thousands dying as collateral damages, then even more killed in the panic. He doubted that he could survive it without a quirk. He brought his legs to his chest and hugged himself, his fingers digging in his knee and his calf. He didn't want to die again. He didn't want to have died and to be here, already forgetting his past life. But the idea of going through all of this in barely a couple of years looked like a cruel joke. The teenager was considering his options, remaining in almost fetal position or crawling under the bed and staying there for the next 3 days, when he noticed the notebook at the end of his bed. The title, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13, was written on the cover. His hand moved on its own, picking it up and exposing the rambles and drawings made by a fan. He knew what was written in it before even reading it. After all, he had access to all the memories of this body. And yet, wonder washed over him as he immersed himself in the analysis, a work done out of a love. His panic, his fear, his despair, all of it subsided, drowned by fascination. In his own world, he did the same, though all the powers he analyzed came from works of fiction. He soon reached the end of the notebook. It was all right. He still had 12 left. Izuku, since it was his name now, spent the first night of his new life rediscovering something he loved. Morning came too quickly, and with it, the social obligation of leaving the safety of his all-might-themed bedroom to interact with people. Fortunately, Izuku had a plan. He would pretend to be sick so his mother would allow him to skip school, and he would have one additional day to wrap his mind around the fact that he had been ice-skate. Alas, most plans didn't survive their first encounter with reality, and this one was no exception. The delicious smell of coffee floated in the air. Izuku's body moved on its own. The next thing he knew, he was in the kitchen, enjoying a cup with his mom. Breakfasts in the Midoriya household were enjoyed in silence, as neither the mother nor the son enjoyed mornings or forced socialization without an adequate amount of caffeine and sugar running in their veins. It left Izuku all the time to scrutinize Midoriya Inko. Even thinking about her name felt wrong. She ought to be Mom. But it was important because it was a name that Izuku had never fallen across, no matter how many fanfictions or headcanons had crossed his dash. At the time, he only had one toe in the fandom, so he might have missed it altogether, but he suspected that she wasn't mentioned in Symbol of Victory. Midoriya Izuku was always depicted as alone, a pitiful existence that Katsuki was the only one to mourn. But his mother had been the one to live with his death. His fist clenched on his own, his knuckles becoming white around his cup. "Maybe you're reaching out," a little voice whispered at him. The truth was that Izuku had never read the source material. His meager knowledge came from the fact this series was impossible to avoid on Tumblr, from people sending him messages with snippets because he had a knack to analyze power sets, and thanks to his best friend who could talk about it forever. He realized that he didn't remember her name. He didn't remember her face or her voice either. He just remembered that she had loved Symbol of Victory and that he was happy to listen to her rants. It should have made him sad, but instead he only felt warmth. "Are you sick?" his mother suddenly asked. "You look pale." Lie, an instinct that didn't fully belong to him, whispered. He could have ignored it with ease. But one look at her frown and the worry on his face made him change his mind. "Oh no, don't worry," Izuku awkwardly said. "I just didn't sleep well." She put her hand on his forehead, making him blink in surprise. Her palm was warm. "You don't have a fever, but you look really tired. Maybe you should stay home today." This was a golden opportunity to do what he had planned, brought to him on a silver platter, and yet, Izuku managed to stutter his way out of it. He couldn't even blame it on the love for someone he had technically met this morning, trying to breach his mental defense and to overwhelm him. It was entirely on him and his awkwardness. Izuku grabbed the cups, washed them in the sink, got ready for school, and hugged his mother and told her he loved her before he left. It was important. He was well placed to know that one didn't always have the luxury of a goodbye. However, he didn't look back when he left the apartment. It was time to meet the protagonist of this world. The man who would become the symbol of victory, the unflinching hero of Japan, the one who seized triumph with both hands. And yes, he had a challenging personality, but Izuku had nothing against a morally ambiguous character. "I'm the only one here with the potential to go to you. I will even surpass All Might and become the best out here. Not to mention I will become one of the richest people in the world." Bakugo Katsuki was an a-hole. What had been interesting character flaws designed to make him different from the generic shounen protagonist were far less charming for someone inside the story, making him instead look like a one-of-a-kind case of long-lived rabies carrier. Izuku had made the mistake of making eye contact with him this morning, and he hadn't liked that, then had liked even less when Izuku had just nodded and sat down, sending his desk flying with a kick. He ignored the protagonist standing on his desk and doing what suspiciously sounded like a villain monologue, his classmates using their quirks, even he was fairly certain that this was illegal and completely sure that it was dangerous as the building didn't seem up to code, and focused back to what he had been writing in his notebook. How to survive the plot. Current time of the story. Symbol of Victory, Volume 1. My Hero Academia. Countermeasures to avoid the doom flags. Avoid rooftops. Pretend to have fear of heights if necessary. Do not go on any kind of roof even if the most exclusive of all Might merch is waiting for you. Yes, even the 10-year anniversary banner, the one for which you have to kill someone just to get your hands on it. Never go to Kamino. You don't need anything over there. This place is now radioactive to you. Make sure to set alternative ways to travel if the train makes you pass through the city. Countermeasures to survive the apocalypse. Train like crazy for 1 or 2 years and become a quirkless badass able to survive anything. If it was so easy, many more people would be buff and everyone would use their gym memberships. And from my quick internet research, getting any kind of cool support item is impossible without a hero license. Get a quirk. Pretty sure that the only guy in the business of offering quirk happens to be a mass murderer who will be more willing to use me as a science project gone very wrong than to listen to me. Get a gun. Where? Gain medical knowledge in order to be someone essential that others will protect. Since I have 3 years at most instead of the 10 years I would need to be somewhat competent, this doesn't seem to be a good solution. Also, you're also going to, aren't you, Midoriya? Izuku froze as the entire class went quiet, feeling dozens of eyes on him. The silence was so oppressive that for a moment he was convinced that it would remain forever, smothering everything it had in his snare. Only to shatter as every student in his classes laughed at him. Even his homeroom teacher smiled. Part of him wanted to crawl under his desk and never been seen again, ashamed that he had been stupid enough not to take precautions in order not to be found out, ashamed that he couldn't defend his dream and ashamed to always put himself in those kind of situations. Another part of him, hidden deep beneath this absence of self-esteem, was made of pure rage. No reader, or, like Izuku, people who learned about the story through osmosis, would have ever suspected such anger from a character that was most of the time depicted in flashbacks. But all of those belonged to a body he had crashed into this morning, and what presided over all of it was Izuku's own annoyance. Izuku didn't appreciate being mocked by his entire class in what had to count for a case of blatant quirk discrimination. He didn't appreciate Kaken blasting his desk away and screaming at him, only protected from being sent to the principal office by what had to be blatant plot armor. Their eyes met once again, but instead of curiosity confronting unwarranted rage, this time, Kaken's red eyes met Izuku's full disdain. Kaken froze, his expression now completely neutral, which was the sign that anger was quickly building inside him to create what promised to be an explosion of nuclear proportions. Izuku glanced at the door, wondering if he would have the time to reach it before the protagonist made a classroom-sized hole in Aldra. But instead, Kaken tilted his head. Are you possessed or something? Izuku blinked, a little impressed now. That was surprisingly perceptive of him. Fortunately, their homeroom teacher saw the danger of being turned into the collateral damage of someone's tragic backstory and finally decided to intervene as he gently advised Kaken to go back to his seat. Only a monumental effort of will prevented from shaking his fist at the author and booing their ability to shatter their readers' suspension of disbelief. The rest of the day was uneventful and quite boring. Izuku was counting minutes at this point, eager to leave school and to have several hours to himself so he could start making real plans. But Kaken didn't manage to resist insulting him one last time, even managing to snatch his notebook and burn it before throwing it in the direction of the window like it was trash. The only reason why Izuku didn't scream, the sacred texts, was because he had jumped to catch the notebook, half of his body passing through the window. He clutched the scorched notebook to his chest like a mother would hold her firstborn, while Katsuki was warning him not to go to UA because he was genre-savvy enough to know that a diamond-in-the-rough narrative had to be crafted carefully. If you want to be a hero so bad, why don't you take a swan dive from the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life? Kaken. He said the line. The one that will haunt him for the rest of the web novel. However, Izuku had died once already and that was enough for him, so he just said nothing, letting Kaken and his minions leave. Kaken glanced back at him one last time. Izuku's body immediately stopped obeying him as he felt the weight of something bigger than him, bigger than the world around him, all over him. He stayed immobile, unable to move, his head looking down, and no matter how hard he tried, he didn't manage to lift it up. His legs moved on their own, leading him to his desk, and he sat there. If someone had drawn him at this moment, it would have made the perfect depiction of someone who couldn't take it anymore. Minutes passed until they turned into hours. His shoulders and the back of his neck were hurting because he had been in the same position for too long. His mind was twisting and turning, trying to understand what was happening. But eventually, he got out of his chair and started moving again. To the stairs leading to the roof. Oh no. Shinichi I-8, carrying her kendo sword on her back, hurried through the hallways of Aldra. At this time of the day, the school was empty, turning the entire thing into a vaguely disturbing liminal space, but it also allowed her to use the gymnasium to her heart's content instead of paying to have access to a dojo. She had figured out that even if her wind quirk was nothing to write home about, her career as a pro hero would be easier if she had the ability to hit people on the head with a big stick. I'd almost missed Midoriya in the stairs and would have pretended not to have seen him if it wasn't for the way he was unnaturally still. She paused, seeing that he was gripping the rail hand so hard that his knuckles were completely white and every muscle in his body seemed clenched, as if he was fighting his own body. Are you okay? The more she looked at him, the more concerned she became. He was horribly pale and sweating a lot. But he didn't answer her, so, after a moment of hesitation, she climbed the stairs and looked at him. She saw raw terror in his eyes. Please, help me get out of the building, he begged her. Drag me if you have to. Midoriya wasn't a friend. He was someone she pitied sometimes, forgot most of the time, and she was extremely aware that being friend with him was social suicide. But in this moment, she became convinced that if she didn't help him right now, something awful was going to happen. I-8 grabbed him by the arm in the jacket and pulled him to her. He resisted, so she made him lose balance and practically dragged him behind her before he could regain a decent footing. It wasn't easy. He was stronger than he looked and she was exhausted. But she refused to let go of him. Even when she passed in the classroom to get his backpack, she had one hand firmly gripping the collar of his jacket. After a small eternity and a lot of swearing her parents wouldn't even suspect her of knowing, she finally managed to cross the outer gates of Aldra with him. The effect was immediate. Midoriya's body went limp and he fell to his knees like a puppet whose strings had just been cut loose, breathing hard and looking like he had gone through a near-death experience. I-8 opened her mouth to ask him what the hell was going on, but Midoriya threw himself on the side, avoiding a large stone that had fallen from the wall and which should have landed on his head and cracked his skull if he didn't have amazing reflexes. Midoriya looked at the stone with wide eyes for a couple of seconds, then looked around, only to jump on his feet. Thank you, he said as he was leaving. Don't follow me. It's dangerous to be around me right now. What? But he was already running like he was Ingenium's secret brother. And as he did, she watched a car lose control and almost take him out, a dog chasing him until its owner managed to tackle it down, and once he was out of sight, she saw smoke. A lot of smoke. Izuku had managed to escape his canon demise, so now, the plot was hunting him down for sport. Countless catastrophes tried to take him out, from a wasp nest falling on him out of nowhere to a stray quirk almost taking his head off, and that wasn't even talking about everything on wheels, including a granny's walker, was trying to take him out. But he survived all of them out of sheer stubbornness. Right until he reached the bridge and the sludge villain, Kaken's first villain, fell on him. As he drowned, Izuku cursed this stupid contrived plot with his dying breath. When he woke up, which was a surprise in itself, a familiar face was right above him. It was so familiar that for a moment, Izuku actually believed that he was back in his room and looking at a poster of the #1 hero. The part of his brain vaguely in charge of his survival and with the ungrateful task of remembering the plot informed him that this was indeed All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace whose death had shattered any illusion of safety society still had at the time. His death was considered by most, Izuku included, as far more poignant than Midoriya Izuku's death, as the fight had revealed that he had been a shadow of himself for years, a physical manifestation of how fragile peace had really been. There had also been a storyline in the latest books about his quirk being transferable and his successor threatening the Kaken status as most OP protagonist, but the general consensus was that it was a cheap plot device and most people had rejoiced when the Tintin lookalike had died because the quirk was too strong for people who already has a quirk. Plot device. Why does this seem important? But the part of Izuku's brain that was truly in charge, also known as the fanboy part, acknowledged several things that hadn't quite clicked between his reincarnation and seeing him with his own eyes. He adored the symbol of peace. All Might also ought to be protected at all costs. Izuku was willing to do it. He was willing to crush this man's enemies with his bare hands. He wasn't sure of how, but the motivation was right there. Kid, are you okay? Can you please say something so I know if I have to bring you to the hospital? His last 2 brain cells that had been deprived of oxygen for too long finally rubbed together, and Izuku realized why he was blocked on the concept of plot device. He roared. Eri! At the same time, he catapulted himself into a sitting position, in such a way that he would have headbutt All Might if the #1 didn't have prodigious reflexes. A small child being tortured by the bad guys wasn't the worst thing Izuku had read, but things became more urgent now that said small child was a being of flesh and blood who could feel real pain. Izuku scrambled to his feet, not caring about the plot for the first time since he had appeared in Symbol of Victory. There was a child who needed help, and he was the only one to know. If he didn't intervene, she would be experimented on until she died. The police and pro-heroes alike wouldn't believe him. They would ask him how he knew that and he wouldn't be able to explain, or worse, they would lock him up in a mental ward as soon as the words, light novel, would escape his mouth. And if he died today, he wouldn't have any other occasion to do something for her. Thank you for saving my life, he told a very confused All Might who was holding 2 bottles containing the sludge villain that had tried to use Izuku's as a meat suit. The villain was obviously uncomfortable and squirming in pain, but since he had tried to crush Izuku's internal organs into a fine paste so he would have more room, Izuku couldn't find much mercy in him. I am a huge fan. Young man, I don't think you should. But Izuku was already leaving. I'm fine. I promise. Thank you for being the best. Later, Izuku would blame the lack of oxygen his brain had been through on his horrible skills at problem solving. Every day, Eri was allowed to leave the inside of the compound and to play in the grass for an hour. The grown-ups had said that it was necessary for a child to breathe fresh air and to get some sunlight. They hadn't told her, of course. Eri was just used to grown-ups talking in front of her like she couldn't understand them. But today, as she was pulling the grass because she wasn't sure of what else to do, something different happened. Today, a policeman entered the compound. It had happened a couple of times before, and like every time, he looked at Eri with cold eyes only to be intercepted by chronostasis, though sometimes, Overhaul was the one who talked with the people in uniform. They talked some more and chronostasis took money out of his pocket and gave it to the policeman, who touched his cap and smiled. Eri looked away and continued playing. She was right next to the high wall of the compound, in the shadows of the trees. It was her favorite spot because even when the grown-ups were watching her to make sure she didn't do something stupid, she was half hidden anyway. But this time, Eri noticed something odd had appeared on top of the wall. At first, she assumed that it was some bush or tree, but there was no vegetation on the other side of the wall. She knew it because Overhaul insisted on it, not wanting anyone to be able to climb. Soon, what she had mistaken from dark leaves appeared to be hair, and a face, then a someone appeared. Hi, Eri. Do you want to leave? She didn't even wonder how he knew her name. So many grown-ups in her life seemed to know about her while she knew nothing about them that it no longer surprised her. I can't, she said. I'm cursed, she didn't say, because she was afraid he would leave if he knew that she brought misfortune to everyone around her. Yes, you can, he smiled. Because I am here to help you. But if you decide to leave, it has to be now. Eri looked back at Chronostasis, who was escorting the policeman outside, then back at the strange person still waiting for her answer. She was too young to truly understand how incredible and slightly insane this entire situation was. She only knew one thing. If she stayed here, they were going to hurt her again. Even if she was cursed, even if she deserved it, she wanted it to stop. She nodded, not daring to voice her wish out loud. The green-haired grown-up jumped from the wall and into the compound. When some of the uncles moved, they were fluid and gracious. This boy didn't move like that. He fell with the grace of a potato sack but jumped to his feet as if it was no trouble, knelt with his back to Eri, and asked her to climb on. He used one of the little trees to climb on the wall again, grunting under the effort. Eri didn't dare to look back at Chronostasis. They reached the top of the wall and Eri saw that the green-haired boy had put a trash can against it in order to climb down more easily. Hey! Chronostasis suddenly screamed, making her cry out in fear. What do you think you're doing? But the green-haired boy didn't even flinch, jumping down to the ground and kicking the trash can so. Then he started running with Eri still hanging to his back. Only the pure bloodlust choking him prevented Chisaki Kai from screaming in pure, impotent, undiluted rage. After 30 minutes of chasing the brat who had kidnapped Eri, 4 members of the Shai Hasaikai were gone. Chrono had fallen into a manhole, Nemoto hadn't survived the minefield of banana peels, Katsukame had been hit by 2 trucks and Sakaki had tripped on Legos and fallen down some stairs. But the worst was that the green brat wasn't spared from the bad luck, on the contrary. Every coincidence that had taken Chisaski's men one by one had started by attacking him, but the demented teenager had narrowly avoided all of them, with a blasé look, as if he expected the world of the Looney Tunes to manifest around him and took everything in stride. Chisaki couldn't let this chase continue any longer. Heroes would soon notice them, and unlike the policeman who showed up once in a while to ask about Eri, they wouldn't be easy to bribe. A shadow appeared above them as something extremely heavy fell from the sky. Chisaki negligently overhauled the piano that was about to fall on the 3 of them and was so close to overhauling the green brat into a chair, but the little sheep managed not only to find but also to kick a trash bag at him. His body jerked back in order to avoid the disgusting abomination full of germs. His feet didn't get the message. He crashed on the asphalt and bounced back several times, leaving blood all over the dirty ground. He stayed there for a moment, realizing something. He wasn't just going to kill that kid. He was going to keep him alive for as long as possible, and every day until the end of his life, he would turn him into a different piece of abstract art. A blonde skeleton wearing clothes too big for his scarecrow frame and holding an unopened can of Coke ran to him. Are you okay? What happened? The Yakuza slowly got back to his feet, his head pulsing with pain. He didn't think he had a concussion and he didn't want to risk using overhaul on his head anyway. I am going to torture that brat to death and add his screams to my Spotify list, Chisaki growled. What? But Chisaki had no time to waste with stupid civilians, goody two-shoes who really thought that everyone could be a hero and tried to help random strangers, so he started running again. The brat was slower than before, obviously tired now. Chisaki cornered him in an alley. Eri looked at him, her eyes wide with fear, but she should have thought about it before. He was going to teach her the price other people paid every time she acted out of line. The Yakuza crumpled to the ground as something that Izuku had mistaken for a missile and which turned out to be only a can of Coke hit him on the side of the head. Stupefied, the teenager, still carrying the kidnapped toddler on his back, looked around to see if a magnetic storm of soda cans was about to drop on him and lapidate him. After all, he had learned to expect anything from the plot that seemed set on killing him, collateral damages be demanded. Instead, a familiar figure popped his head in the alley, looking at the sad spectacle they were offering. Immediately, Izuku sighed in relief and his little fanboy heart wept from joy. All Might. The symbol of peace was startled at this, immediately tensing. This might have something to do with the fact he wasn't looking like the prime and glorious symbol of peace, but like a man who desperately needed a warm meal and maybe to be burrito blanketed. How? This is Eri, Izuku changed the subject. She is the granddaughter of a Yakuza boss, but when he fell into a coma because of him, with his chin he designated the limp form of the trash toucan who had filled Japan with anti-quirk bullets, which had killed several fan favorites. And he experimented on her. The last words were neutral, for Eri's benefit, but All Might's eyes narrowed as he saw the bandages all over Eri's body. And that wasn't even talking about the scent of blood and antiseptic that Izuku could smell because of how close she was to him. He realized that giving Eri to All Might was the safest option for her, as the plot would soon try to bury him again. It had stopped on his way to Eri, but he suspected that it was only because this world had counted on the Yakuza to shape Kaken's tragic backstory. He knelt down and stopped holding her, leaving her the room to get off him on her own. Instead, Eri koala clanged to him, putting all of her strength in her frail limbs and compromising his ability to breathe painlessly. "Eri, this is All Might, the greatest hero in the world," Izuku said softly, not sure that the child even knew who All Might was. "He is the one who punished Overhaul. If you go with him, nothing bad can happen to you. I know it's scary, but it's the best thing to do." Eri hugged him tighter, refusing to ever let him go. All Might stayed right where he was, looking a little sad and lost, which wasn't something Izuku would have ever expected to see on him. "He saved my life," Izuku insisted. This seemed to do the trick. Eri let go and stood behind Izuku. All Might, taking back his buff form, slowly walked towards them, then knelt to be at her eye level. Except that obviously, Eri still needed to raise her head. "You can call me Tashinori," the symbol of peace said with his patented smile. "As long as you're with me, nothing bad will happen to you. Now, I would like you to explain to me what happened and what you're doing here." "Why are you here?" Eri asked in a tone that had to belong to a Yakuza. All Might took it in stride. "Honestly? I am here because the JAXA called me to tell me a small meteorite had appeared from nowhere and was going to land here and erase the entire neighborhood. I had just finished punching it when I saw a trail of catastrophes and you," he looked at Izuku. "In the middle of it." At this point, Izuku admired the world's determination to kill him. "It's a long story that I don't really have the time to explain right now. I have to go dash." Eri immediately went back to holding on to him while the laughter of the symbol of peace cut him off. "Ha, no you don't," All Might informed him. "Yes, I do," an hysterical part of Izuku screamed back. All Might be the strongest and able to protect Eri, but Izuku was all too aware that he was mortal. The plot intended to kill All Might in a gruesome way in the future. Izuku would not be responsible for his premature demise. Eri's quirk allows her to rewind living beings, Izuku explained. Eraserhead could help train her, but in the meantime, I don't think it will be a problem if you keep her with you. Because in the worst-case scenario, Eri would make some of All Might's internal organs grow back. He looked at the child who was clutching his jacket, her big eyes looking at him with fear and whatever cats had that made humans do whatever they wanted. It broke Izuku's heart to leave. But he needed to put distance between his current curse and her. He knelt in front of her and held her hands. "I am sorry. I wish I could stay. But if we want to see each other again, I have to leave now. But before I go, you're not cursed. He lied to you. Everything he said was a lie. None of this is your fault. Adults are supposed to protect children and instead, they hurt you and used you. They are the ones who are wrong. Not you." Eri started crying. She didn't bawl her eyes out like one would expect of a child, or even a teenager in some dire consequences needing a good cry to function adequately, but cried in silence, tears flowing on her face without even a sob. All Might immediately intervened. "He's right," Izuku heard him say before he left. Tashinori looked away from the strangest boy he had ever seen for 2 seconds at most. It was long enough for him to disappear. At some point, the near-death experiences started to blend in together, which didn't do much to alleviate Izuku's terror at the idea of being brutally erased from the census, but it did allow him to level up when it came to repressing such feelings. He finally arrived home, in one piece, though his bag was missing in action and the jacket of his Gakuren was burned. "Izuku," his mother called, horrified. But the teenager's momentum didn't allow him to slow down, let alone stop, and he rushed into his room, only to be greeted by the numerous and heavy All Might merch. He could trip on the smaller ones and break his skull. The shelves were promises of death from above. His life-size statue of All Might could easily crush him. Even his figurines looked awfully sharp. He couldn't seek refuge in his room. Emptying it of everything would take forever. His mom arrived running and slipped on the wooden floor. Izuku moved on his own, arms raised to catch her before she fell, but she threw her shoulders back, regaining her balance through pure will. She looked at him, radiating worry. Izuku opened his mouth to lie and tell her not to worry. "Mom, I'm in trouble," he said instead. "I need help." His mom changed under his very eyes. Not physically, but her nervousness, her anxiety, all of it was gone, replaced by determination and something cold that was only born when people became parents and they considered for the first time the idea of their child being in danger. "What happened?" she asked, her voice calm, to Izuku's benefit. At this moment, Izuku had no doubt that if he told his mother that he had snapped and killed someone, her mom would grab a shovel and make all the proof disappear. And if said someone wasn't completely dead, she would finish the job. "I was hit by a quirk that will kill me today through freak accidents," Izuku arranged the truth. "I need to lock myself somewhere safe. I need to borrow your room and I need your help to put all the furniture out so I'm safe. And I think I need to seal the window too." His mom raised a finger. Izuku stayed quiet. She took exactly 3 seconds to think, and when she talked again, she didn't ask any questions or implied that Izuku had lost his mind. "I have better," she said instead. Izuku's mom led him 1 floor down, to an apartment he had never seen but which apparently still belonged to them. It had the same layout as his home, but apart from that, it seemed empty, except for a massive panic room where the second bedroom and adjacent bathroom should be. There was no window, but the walls were 15 centimeters thick. Unless the building fell on him, Izuku should be safe. The teenager marked a hesitation as he realized that the mechanism to open the door was on the outside. "It's a modified bank vault," his mom explained. "We can keep it open." Izuku considered it. Spending the night in a box wasn't an experience he was eager to have, but it was the safest option, pun non-intended, and he wasn't claustrophobic. "If I can breathe in here, I would prefer to be locked for the night before you go." "I am staying," his mom informed him matter-of-factly. "Mom, you could become a collateral damage dash." "I am staying." Despite that, she did lock him in, but only the time to go back home. Judging by how quickly she came back, she had been running, and when she opened the door again, she was carrying 2 All Might sleeping bags, varied snacks, and juice boxes. Izuku thanked her but didn't drink and didn't eat anything. He couldn't take the risk of getting any kind of food poisoning. He also opened the sleeping bag so he could sit on it comfortably, but he wouldn't get inside. He wouldn't sleep either. His mom got in her own sleeping bag, her back propped against the wall, but she hadn't zipped the bag. She had finished 1 juice box, the mango one, and was now slowly and methodically ripping the packaging into small pieces. "She shouldn't be here," Izuku kept thinking. "She is in danger just by being near me." He didn't want to die, but if he had to choose between someone else and him, the answer was limpid. The feeling of doom got stronger at some point. Izuku didn't have the heart to check the time, and he asked his mom to lock him in. He once again asked her to go back home, and she once again refused. Things were quiet in the panic room that wasn't a panic room. "Izuku, can we talk?" his mom called from the other side. "I need to hear your voice." "What do you want to talk about?" Izuku wasn't thrilled at the idea of talking about any events happening before today. Not when the mom who was so worried for a son who, in some way, had met her this morning. "Anything you want." "Why did you believe me?" Izuku asked. "Everything I said sounds insane. To tell you the truth, I didn't even consider if I should believe you or not. The priority was to ensure your safety. Anything else could be dealt with later." Izuku. This kind of declaration necessitated an answer, but he had to find the right words. "Izuku," she called him when he stayed quiet a little too long. "I am happy and relieved that you're my mom." "Thank you, Izuku." He could hear the smile in her voice, and that she was probably about to burst to tears. Not that he could throw her the first stone on that one. His own eyes were especially hydrated right now. The teenager looked at the panic room, still standing and not wanting to sit or to touch anything in there. However, since he was going to spend the entire night, or the rest of his life if the plot didn't stop trying to kill him. Here, he ought to ask what had been on his mind since his mom had led him to a creepy vault in an apartment he didn't know. Can I ask you something and can you tell me the truth? Yes, his mom finally answered after quite the long hesitation. That's not ominous at all. Is that some kind of dungeon for adults? Izuku asked. His mom burst out laughing. The kind of laugh that came from deep down and left no place for breathing, feeding unto itself until it was almost painful. There was a note of hysteria here, a note of relief there, and even something that sounded like no, you're wrong. It's a legitimate question. Izuku defended himself. It's not a panic room. It's a vault. And honestly, my next guess was that Dad is a serial killer. But since the answer seemed to be no, he allowed himself to sit down. His legs thanked him for it. The laughter eventually subsided, but when his mom talked again, it was still audible in her trembling voice. Anything Izuku said could send it flaring again. I think that if Hisashi was a serial killer, he wouldn't have shown me the place where he brings his victims. And before you ask, I'm not a serial killer either. At least, I think so. But I will admit that I keep fabric samples in the main room of this apartment. When the weight of the world had fallen on him and turned him into a puppet, Izuku had felt it acutely. This was why it was no surprise that he felt the moment where it was lifted from him. He checked his phone, confirming that it was morning. More specifically, it was the time on which the sun rose. I suppose that it means that the day when I should have died is officially over. Once Izuku got out of the vault and confirmed that the universe didn't want him dead anymore, though his mom hadn't been pleased when she had seen him playing with that knife to prove his point. The two members of the Midoriya family decided that they had earned a day off. After calling school to warn them that Izuku was sick and couldn't call in and hanging on when the teacher started to make noises on how it would be in Izuku's file, his mom grabbed a giant cup of coffee, drank it, then directly went to bed. Since she was face down and not moving, Izuku passed ahead through the doorway to make sure she was sleeping and closed the door when he was reassured. While the teenager had taken several cat naps during the night, his mom had stayed awake and alert through the whole thing. She had more than earned her rest. Izuku took a shower, changed into comfortable clothes but was a little too alert to sleep, so he made his way to the couch, putting on a movie and scrolling down on his phone. He was surprised to see that no one was talking about an attack from the sludge villain, which was Katsuki's starter villain, and the sludge incident had cemented his admiration for All Might and his ardent desire to surpass him. Izuku wasn't sure he was the one who had managed to change one of the plot points or if it had only happened because the plot was the one who had sicked the sludge villain on him. He would have to keep an eye on that. At exactly 8 a.m., someone rang at the door, drawing the ire of the mother and son duo, but Izuku still went and opened the door, ready to jump back in case the plot had sent him someone with a hockey mask and a large knife. Instead, Izuku saw All Might, wearing civilian clothes but in his heroic form. The tall man was holding the yellow backpack Izuku had lost between two near-death experiences, the same backpack that was containing his wallet and various IDs with his address. "I think this belongs to you," All Might said with his patented smile. Izuku, who was wearing an All Might t-shirt, an All Might hoodie, All Might shorts, and All Might socks, noped out of the situation, and before he even realized what he was doing, he slammed the door on the number one hero. The sane part of his brain slowly caught up with the part of his brain in charge of the problem-solving skills and informed it that they had mastered the concept of object permanence years ago and that they couldn't afford to regress. It wasn't because the door was hiding the symbol of peace from his eyes that it meant he was gone. Sheepish, Izuku opened the door again. "I'm sorry. I panicked," the teenager admitted. "It's okay," All Might graciously accepted his apology. "I get that a lot." "Izuku?" His mom called from her room, with the groggy voice of a Midoriya family member who didn't have enough caffeine running through their veins. "Who is at the door?" "All Might." The symbol of peace braced himself at the idea of meeting Izuku's mom, which proved that he was a wise man. "Really funny, Izuku," his mom grumbled. Izuku shoved his feet in his red sneakers, walked out the apartment and closed the door behind him. "Now, would you mind explaining to me what happened yesterday?" All Might asked. "Because I have spent the entire night trying to make sense of it and I still do not have the slightest idea of what this was." Izuku lied, of course. He had to. No one would believe that he got ice-skayed by a truck and that the universe had been trying to kill him yesterday because he had gone OOC. And that wasn't even talking about how people would react to knowing that they were living inside a story, plot holes and shifting characterization included. Izuku certainly wasn't happy to be aware that he was in a story. He doubted that All Might would appreciate it more. He pretended that he had been hit by a bad luck quirk from an unknown person and that he had been too panicked to even think about mentioning it when he had seen All Might. Then, of course, had to explain how he knew that Eri was in danger. In a rational and believable way. Because I have a quirk? That allows me to know stuff. Nailed it. All Might stared at him and stayed silent for a while, during which Izuku's sweat glands worked overtime. Unfortunately, since they were sitting on a wooden bench right next to a vending machine, there was no safe spot for him to crawl under. The quirk database says you're quirkless, the symbol of peace finally said. It's one of those quirks that are hard to prove because sometimes I'm completely wrong, Izuku kept lying. Or I just get details wrong. But I knew that Eri was being tortured. Abused. I also knew that the Yakuza with a bird mask was experimenting on her quirk to create quirk-erasing bullets that would have flooded the market and caused many deaths among the heroes. All Might leaned back, an elbow on the back of the bench, and he looked at the little park. When Izuku and his mom had moved into their apartment, it had been an entire kingdom to explore as far as 10-year-old him was concerned. Now it was more of a square. And this is thanks to your quirk that you knew what I truly look like, All Might finally said, something strange in his voice. Izuku nodded, glad that he was believing him. I also know about One for All. And your time limit. Oh, I see. This time, Izuku recognized the faint note of Didisqua in All Might's voice. It was hysteria. You don't just randomly know state secrets. You know things even more secret than that. Stress was now merrily drowning Izuku's limbic system. He was sitting next to his favorite hero, covered in merch, and had casually revealed that he knew state secrets. Tartarus was only supposed to welcome people with destructive quirks, but they would probably make an exception for him and his stupidly flawed knowledge. But in the end, All Might shrugged, as if he was well past that. I used to have a coworker with a similar quirk. However, the more clear his vision of the future was, the more impossible it was to change it. Izuku's fist clenched on its own as his anxiety disappeared, replaced by cold anger and raw spite. I can't accept it, the teenager almost growled. I can't accept that my story will end up like that. He felt All Might's gaze on him, but he couldn't meet it. Not when the memories of what the plot had put him through were so vivid. I was supposed to die yesterday. Or in little less than 2 years. But even though it's hard, even though I wouldn't have survived if so many people hadn't saved me, you, a classmate, and my mother, I have to believe that it's possible. Toshinori's master had believed in fate. Gran Torino used to call her an inveterate romantic, and maybe he had been right, because she had once told Toshinori that she had never looked for a successor. Instead, she had been convinced that her successor would find her. She had ruffled his hair when she had added that Toshinori certainly hadn't proved her wrong. Today, Toshinori had come to find the boy he had seen risking his life to save a little girl and to find out if he was the right candidate to pass One for All to. He had already studied his school file, saw that just like him, he used to be quirkless, but in the end, none of it mattered. Young Midoriya had thought that he was going to die. But when faced with the knowledge that someone was in danger, his body had moved on its own. But, even if that should have been more than enough, it wasn't what made Toshinori decide that this boy, if he accepted, would be his successor. As someone who had been told that he was going to die a horrible death, how could he witness someone in the same situation but determined to survive, determined to break the shackles of fate, and not give him the opportunity to do so? Do you want to be a hero? Toshinori asked. Young Midoriya paused, his eyes widening as if the question had taken him by surprise. He paused, thinking about it for a second, then when he looked back at Toshinori, his eyes were burning with quiet determination. With all my might. Toshinori smiled, not the smile of the symbol of peace or the smile he conjured as Yagi Toshinori, but an almost wolfish grin. I have been looking for a successor. Will you accept my quirk? Young Midoriya didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. It took 5 seconds for young Midoriya to realize what he had agreed to and to panic, which was, in Toshinori's experience, the usual way to react to this kind of news. Of course, at the time, Toshinori had been surprised to know a transferable quirk existed, while it was old news for young Midoriya. I think that I am legally obligated to inform you that you're supposed to give one for all to someone else, though, the boy said with a tiny voice. A blonde UA student with an intangibility quirk? It wasn't the first time Toshinori heard something similar. Nah, it's my quirk, he shrugged. I do whatever I want with it. No matter what ex-sidekicks, who had predicted his death and resigned in protest when he had refused to retire, could think. Do you want to know the circumstances of your death? Young Midoriya later asked him, long after they had exchanged contact numbers and after Toshinori had given him Eraserhead's phone number so a little girl could be pleasantly surprised by a call from his savior. Toshinori took the time to note that all prophets had the same look in their eyes. A weariness allied with something quite blasé as surprise really touched them anymore. But he marked no hesitation when it came to answering the boy's question. Never. Matter what happened, he wasn't interested in knowing how he would die. All for One was in hell. He had been trapped there for a while, long enough for his memories of a time where quirks were only a rumor to start fading, but he didn't think he could ever find a way out. Every time, he was forced to play his role, to act in this puppet play where all of his plans, all of his actions didn't amount to anything in the grand scheme of things. When he came back to a day he had learned to hate, always in the same lab, always planning for a future he had no chance to live through, and oddly enough, always in the middle of a conversation with Kyudai, he didn't call home like he had done so the 21st times. He had learned that half of the time loop in which he was trapped started at the moment a boy who had lost all hope crashed into the ground. But sometimes, his son didn't kill himself. Sometimes, life went on, only for him to die through an even more futile end. Always on the same day, always during the same fight, and All for One always failed to do anything to save him. For the last 8 loops, All for One had given up, simply going through the motions. So he didn't call Inko, didn't ask about Izuku, because he had learned to grant her the mercy of ignorance. Every minute she spent not knowing was an additional moment where she didn't have to live in a world where she had outlived their son. Izuku fell face first into the sand of the public dumpster known as the Dagoba Beach and stayed there. Ropes were digging in his shoulders, every muscles in his body were screaming in agony, and it was a small miracle he hadn't fell on broken glasses or even syringes, but at least, down there, he didn't have to look at the abject failure manifesting under the form of a fridge refusing to move. It didn't prevent him from mumbling. All Might, who had been sitting on the fridge like an especially buff gargoyle, jumped from it and landed next to Izuku, trying to make sense of what he was saying. What was that? All Might asked. Training montage. Izuku begged after he raised his face from the sand so he could be intelligible. My kingdom for a training montage. All Might's laughter boomed across the beach, bringing warmth and soothing with it. It allowed Izuku to ignore the pain all over his body and to sit in the sand. I remember saying something similar when my teacher was training me, except that I was counting my teeth at the time and my jaw was too numb for me to form words. All Might laughed it off. But don't worry, in 10 months, you will be a perfect vessel for my quirk and you will look back to this moment with fond memories. Young Midoriya? What's wrong? Izuku wasn't sure of what he looked like, but if he had to hazard a guess, he could have been the lost twin of the screaming man from Munch. 10 months? Izuku stuttered. You need to put on some muscles before receiving One for All or your limbs will blow up. What? Izuku's eyebrows reached the root of his hair. You know about One for All, you know about my time limit, but you don't know about the limb problem? All Might asked. Izuku opened his mouth to assure that he would remember if his fake quirk had informed him of the possibility of losing a couple of limbs. Because he refused to believe Tumblr wouldn't have made a myriad of jokes about bone-breaking juice. 10 months, he repeated instead. Apparently, now that it had been informed that there was a real chance he wasn't going to have a quirk, his brain had started to make Gollum noises. We really should work more on our communication, All Might thought out loud. 10 months. I see that you need a minute. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to think. When he had seen the American Dream plan to clean the beach, he hadn't realized that he would only get one for all at the end of those 10 months. It was his fault. He should have asked for more details. But if all went according to plan, Izuku would receive one for all right before the entrance exam and he would have no training with it. One for all was, by its very nature, a dangerous quirk. All Might's successor had been in a very sorry state when he had appeared in the story. All Might's own time limit might be due to the nature of the quirk. There was a time where Izuku wouldn't have minded taking the risk. But he had died once and that had left him with some survival instinct that made him cautious. And he was going to compete with people who had their quirks for at least 10 years. Improvise. But overcome. Izuku jumped to his feet, grabbed his phone, opened the Google app and started to type. How to set a meeting with cryptid supervillain to get a quirk. Young Midoriya. You cannot seriously consider making a deal with the devil? All Might obviously underestimated his will to live but was excellent at reading over someone's shoulder. Why not? Izuku asked as he scrolled down, bookmarking forums. He would have to search through them once he was home. I can pretend that I want to be a mole in UA and he will just try to kill me once he realizes that I betrayed him. All Might started to turn a color that wasn't found in nature, opening and closing his mouth, until he finally managed to push one word out. No? Well, technically speaking, it wouldn't be the first one Izuku accepted a quirk from a man he didn't know. He will want to kill me anyway when I get one for all. Izuku argued. It's not like it will make our future interactions any worse. All Might looked at him, his eyes burning with blue flames and generating an intensity that made Izuku hold his breath. Young Midoriya, all for one is dead. Every piece of a puzzle Izuku hadn't tried to solve but which had been under his eyes all along clicked together. I killed him 5 years ago. All Might was the greatest hero in the world. All Might, despite all of his intelligence and his experience, had been left completely blindsided by All for One. For a reader, it was simply a contrived way to make the plot work so Bakugo Katsuki would have to fight a terrifying enemy, one whose strength had been established from the moment he defeated the symbol of peace. We nearly killed each other but in the end, I defeated him. All Might believed that All for One, the symbol of evil, the antagonist of the entire plot, was dead, so he had stopped looking for him. And now, Izuku had the unpleasant task of announcing to him that he was wrong. Oh boy. Izuku took a deep breath, less to give himself courage than to give himself time. After all Might was waiting, knowing that something was wrong with his previous statement, knowing that Izuku was about to deliver some very bad news. And yet, the teenager still had to say it. Did you kill him between the time we met and today? He couldn't help the note of genuine hope that slipped in his question. No, All Might said in the tone of someone who didn't want to hear his interlocutor's next word. Then he probably isn't dead. Smoke rose from All Might as he deflated, regaining his true form, his eyes glaring into a distant point in the horizon to the point that Izuku was convinced that if All for One had been there, he would have caught on fire and been reduced to ashes. All Might didn't say anything. He didn't move. He didn't even seem to be thinking anything, just feeling a mix of grief and unholy rage at the injustice of the whole situation. I'm sorry, Izuku added, because he could perfectly empathize with such feelings. All Might held out one finger and the teenager's mouth clamped shut. I will be right back, the number one hero finally said with a voice devoid of any intonation. All Might could have disappeared by using a speed that even Izuku's fanboy eyes couldn't follow, but instead, he calmly walked away from Izuku and left the Dagoba beach. The teenager remained where he was for about 20 minutes, not keen on moving and flat out refusing to follow him. There were times where a man was alone. Izuku had started to slowly but surely drag the fridge near the entrance of the beach when he heard an extremely distant scream, saturated with rage and frustration. Deku! Kaken greeted him the next day. Where the hell were you yesterday? I thought you were dead or something. Izuku looked up from his burned notebook, signed by All Might, and the plan written in it in case the symbol of peace didn't change his mind about giving him one for all. You care? The green-haired teenager asked, genuinely surprised. Of course not, you moron. Kaken assured him half a second later. Izuku didn't fail to notice that even if he hadn't thought about it for long, he had taken the time to consider the question. I wouldn't have offered you one for all if I had known All for One was still alive, All Might later told him. They were sitting in a little restaurant and none of them had touched their plates. All Might looked calmer than the day before, but the revelation had obviously taken its toll on him, his true form gaunter than usual and his eyes darker than ever. Izuku didn't let anything show on his face. His fists were clenched under the table and the hurt was digging into him, but as All Might had said, it was his quirk. He had the right to do whatever he wanted with it. One for all is a target on your back. All for One killed all of my predecessors before me. You cannot be at peace as long as he lives, and accepting one for all means accepting one for all means accepting the heavy duty of ending the life of a monster who. Yes, Izuku answered as he poured some soda in his glass. Has lived for almost 200s. What did you just say? All Might coughed up some blood. Izuku leaned forwards, every cell of his body electrified at the possibility of actually receiving the quirk. I said it's not a problem. The teenager smiled brightly. If killing All for One is the condition to keep your quirk, it's something I am willing to do. I can't promise I will succeed, but when the time comes, I will fight him. Don't you want to take 5 minutes to think about it? All Might asked, dumbfounded. I am living on borrowed time. All for One will be responsible for my death, and killing him will not only save many people but also has a reasonable chance of keeping me alive, Izuku informed him. And there was something else. There was someone else who was fated to fight All for One and to defeat him. Kaken was the protagonist of this world, and as such, the plot couldn't let its symbol of victory be defeated by centuries-old cryptids. All Might grabbed his own glass and drank from it like he was hoping it was something a little stronger than soda. I suppose I can't blame you, the symbol of peace said once his glass was empty. It's not like I hesitated when my master made me a similar offer. And I didn't have half as good a reason. In another world, the girl is alone as she reads, the raindrops falling heavily on the umbrella she is holding in her left hand. In her right hand, a book, an expensive paperback that concludes the end of the series of light novels in which she invested years of her life and allowed her to find a community of fellow fans. Her bag is at her feet, barely protected from the water, but she doesn't care. Just like she doesn't care about how her high school uniform is slowly but surely failing to keep her warm. She doesn't care. Instead, she keeps reading. I wish I could say that your biggest mistake was to think that someone like you, someone who reveled in violence and doesn't care about others, could pretend to become a hero, she says, adopting the voice of someone cruel but who can't hide the sadness despite his rage. She doesn't have to fake the feeling. But that's not it. Your mistake was that you thought that this boy you let die was nothing, a footnote in your story, when he belonged to me. The book closes with a snap and she kneels to put it back in her back. She might have mixed feelings about symbol of victory, what kind of fan didn't have those, but she couldn't bear to see books damaged. It drove her crazy when her best friend folded the corner of a page instead of using one of the dozen of bookmarks she always had at disposition. At least, that's what her best friend used to do. I know you don't like being read to, but the quote was a little too good for me not to do it, she says to the tombstone she is standing in front of, forcing her voice back to her usual cheerful self. She slings her yellow backpack over one shoulder. Her umbrella moved with the movement and rain touched her hair, but she couldn't pay attention to it. I never thought the author would have the courage to kill the main character, but I understand, she admits. Katsuki has been a deconstruction for a while, and everyone who complained about his lack of character development was validated because they were right. He wasn't a hero. There is a lot of foreshadowing she missed, which she isn't able to admit even to a ghost. But the smuggest of them all had to be the dad for one theorist. Yesterday, I've read a fanfic that predicted the entire reveal, Katsuki's gruesome death included, and it was written 5 years ago. I don't know if I have to be mad or impressed. Or both. She smiles at the tombstone where the name of her best friend is engraved. Even if everything seems so gray, the smile is genuine. I'm sure you would have loved it. My boss, old but in very good physical shape, doesn't leave his bed anymore and is just really hands-off when it comes to the business. 5 months ago, my boss, for whom I have worked for 15 years, just went to bed and almost never leaves it. He was in a bad accident 5 years ago that left him really injured, but even then, he kept being extremely active and wasn't really slowed down by it. But now, every time I ask him about things he likes, he shrugs and tells me to be autonomous. There's nothing wrong with him physically. His checks-up have always been really good. He simply doesn't seem to want anything anymore. What do I do? Tumioforia. I'm not a doctor, but that sounds like really bad depression. Wanna show? I second what Tumioforia said. Having a bad bout of depression often makes people lethargic, and I have spent days unable to get out of bed. But it's just my experience. I am not a doctor. Burn Disney burn. Not a doctor either, but it also reminds me of depression. Whip it good. Anyone else curious about why OP always eludes the question when someone asks a more specific age for his boss? Is there something you're not telling us? Every time Toshinori left Japan, he always felt uneasy at the idea of leaving all the people counting on him unprotected. Of course, he was aware that he wasn't omnipotent. His time with One for All drastically reducing as time passed made sure to remind him of that fact. But while this was a feeling he would always be struggling with, he had learned to control it. Until he had met young Midoriya. He would need to run to the airport to catch his plane, but every fiber in his body was trying to convince him that he could remain on the beach, with the boy who was sitting on a washing machine and patiently waiting for him to finish warning him away from the danger. Young Midoriya was wearing the thick work gloves Toshinori had offered him after the boy had cut himself on a ragged piece of metal and immediately been driven to the hospital for a tetanus shot. Young Midoriya didn't know, but Toshinori had commissioned them from Dave. Don't approach the remaining high piles, Toshinori was saying. They are too unstable. And don't try to carry away anything heavier than a desk, please. And don't forget to always have water on you. Visions of young Midoriya being crushed by piles of trash or cutting himself and the wound getting infected or a meteorite falling on the beach when Toshinori wasn't there to punch it away from his boy or him passing out from dehydration kept appearing to him every time he closed his eyes. It wasn't even the first time he left young Midoriya alone on the beach, but back then, he had managed to control the panic with the knowledge that he was only one phone call away from saving him. Or you could take a 3-day break. Toshinori concluded. Resting is an important part of training. The boy looked sharply at him, the light hitting his eyes in such a way that made the green in them strangely cold, and he tilted his head, confusion all over his face. But I already have a schedule and I might not finish cleaning the beach in time if I rest for 3 days, he reminded Toshinori, uncertainty in his voice. Honestly, this was a legitimate worry and Toshinori didn't want to tell him not to worry. Mainly because he knew young Midoriya enough to be aware that such reassurances tended to have the opposite effect on him. Don't worry, All Might. Young Midoriya smiled brightly. I will be careful. Once All Might was gone, Izuku looked at the beach and at everything left on it. He had removed the worst of it in the past 5 months, but there was still quite a lot of trash to take care of. Most of them only needed some cleaning to be in good condition again, and the others could be broken down into salvageable material parts. The teenager cracked his knuckles. Plus ultra. So many stuff in this beach bazaar is stupid cheap. You just have to haul it home yourself. Some of it is heavy but totally worth it. I'm not mad. The symbol of peace lied to Izuku 3 days later as he looked at the completely cleaned beach. The teenager was shifting his weight from one foot to another, the sand creaking under his red sneakers. Of course, All Might was mad. Izuku had cheated. He had even waited for All Might to be gone to post a message online so people could get cheap stuff from the beach. Worse, he had gained money from it, which was even more problematic. The funds were untouched, safe in his backpack. Some old instinct that didn't belong to this life whispered to him to keep this money for rainy days, but even if his first thought had been that it would be useful if he needed specialized gear, he was also aware that his family had no money problems. He wasn't sure of what his father was doing for a living. Working abroad was not a job description, but Izuku never felt bad throwing large amounts of money at merch, and his mom certainly didn't keel over at the idea of wasting money. Yes, he would have to give away that money, if only to feel better. He would have to make research about associations later. You did clean the beach, which means that you did earn my quirk, All Might admitted. But your muscles aren't as prepared as they should be. Did Hunch tell you that you would be alright with only 5 months of training? Izuku considered lying to a man he worshipped and decided against it, not because he couldn't but because he didn't want to. His low chance of survival made him more willing to use cheap tricks and subterfuges, but he wouldn't compromise All Might's ability to make informed choices about his own quirk. No, but considering what I know, I think the best option would be for me to receive one for all now and to train the rest of the year, the teenager admitted. It was vague, but he wasn't lying. After one amazing coughing fit, the conviction that All Might's hair would stay in Izuku's throat for the rest of his life and the worst pain of his life as every bone in his arm turned to confetti, Izuku admitted that maybe, just maybe, he had miscalculated. Oh no, don't worry, All Might disabused him as he was carrying Izuku to the car. It's what I expected for your first time using my quirk. What? And you didn't warn me? Was left unsaid but still perfectly audible in the high-pitched indignation his shriek created. Well, I hardly could tell you, the number one hero said in a sheepish note. I don't think anyone would dare to throw a punch if they expect to break bones. The bad news was that Izuku broke his arm twice in one day. The good news was that he got an exclusive visit of UA long before the entrance exam, an autograph from Recovery Girl, and got to hug Eri, who was hanging out on the campus because her foster dad was a teacher. There was something strangely satisfying about having a quirk, even without being able to use it. Izuku would have expected to become antsy about his inability to use one for all, unless he was willing to sacrifice a couple of bones on the altar of quirk experimentation, which he was willing to do, hence why All Might had made him promise not to use one for all if he wasn't around, please, pretty please. Because every fanfic author in the Symbol of Victory fandom had felt the urge to describe what quirk urges were in their fics, but instead, he felt a quiet feeling of contentment. It's probably the advantage of being born quirkless. The teenager was sitting at the kitchen table, the hand he had broken yesterday working so fast that the words he was writing in his notebook would be undecipherable to everyone but him, thoughts freely spilling out of his mouth. One lifetime ago, he had made himself a nice niche on Tumblr as the blog who was good at analyzing powers. His mind had been trained through 2 lifetimes, no matter how short they were, into picking quirks apart and seeing what made them tick. Izuku would discover the secrets of one for all. It was only a matter of time. Well, that certainly reminds me of someone. His mom's voice dragged him out from a dark and comfortable place where whatever wasn't a quirk was inconsequential. Izuku blinked and looked at his mom, who was looking back at him with a fond smile. The teenager forced himself to put down his pen, then let it go. It felt like he had been interrupted during a sprint and all the momentum was catching back to him. His mother glanced at his notes, not needing any explanation to know what Izuku was obsessing about. Why don't you call your father? She asked him. He is excellent when it comes to analyzing quirks and he would love to talk to you. Izuku stared at her in pure incomprehension. Why wasn't he calling his father? Well, obviously because if he did that, his father could pick up the phone and there was a high risk of them talking to each other. His mom smiled at him, grabbed the phone, called her husband and put the phone in his hand as she left, followed by a trail of smugness. The first ring passed while the teenager was praying for his father not to answer the phone. During the second ring, which might have lasted centuries, Izuku tried to remember the last time he had a conversation with his dad. Unfortunately, the phone was picked up before he could get anything other than a footage not find from his brain. Inko. His father's voice surprised him. It was both deeper than he remembered, like he had been smoking a lot while abroad, and startled, like he was surprised. Hi, father? That? He wasn't even sure of what to call him. That? It's Izuku? Are you busy? Please, say yes. Izuku crossed his fingers. No, not at all, his father said instead. Is there a problem? Why can't I never have nice things? The teenager whined, imagining himself shaking his fist to the sky. I'm trying to analyze someone's quirk. She has an energy-based quirk where she can generate energy from every point in her body, but it hurts her even though it shouldn't. Izuku weaved the lie with the efficiency of someone used to finding good excuses to explain away the signs of bullying. No matter how hard she tries, she keeps getting the same painful result. Well, tell her to stop because her body isn't suited to her quirk, his father said. Better to stop using the quirk altogether. Izuku's forehead slammed against the kitchen table. What was that? His father asked. Nothing, Izuku lied while trying to ignore the pen above his left eyebrow. There was apparently something under his notebook. Is there nothing to do? Think of some bullshit. Mother had a similar quirk and could use it just fine. All Might wasn't Izuku's father, despite a 67-long completed fanfiction on his computer, but he was his predecessor and he had been just as quirkless as Izuku. Why isn't the mother explaining it to her? The only way to have decent quirk education in this country is to have a parent explain to you how the power works, Izuku's father grumbled, which was the sure sign that he needed to be stopped before he started a rant including the words "back in my days." She's dead. Sorry, All Might. What's her father's quirk? None. As quirkless as I am. A long silence ensued, where Izuku's father probably regretted ever picking up the phone. Maybe he would block Izuku's number so he would never have to get quirk questions out of the blue again. Tell me about this quirk again, his father finally said. There was something strange in his voice. Anyone who wasn't Izuku would have recognized the same feverish intensity that took the teenager over when a quirk problem was close from being solved. Energy beams that can be fired from anywhere in the body. Powerful but burns ensue when she tries to fire it from her fingers, like her mother used to. I don't have many details, but I know the energy isn't electricity-based like plasma. A neophyte would think it had nothing to do with One for All, but the problem was equivalent enough for the solutions to be the same. If the solution existed. But a miracle happened. A character whose name wasn't even mentioned in Symbol of Victory, an ordinary salary man who just liked to ramble about quirks, like his son, found the answer Izuku was looking for, about a quirk he couldn't even suspect to exist. In the eventuality that it's not just a problem of her body having no resistance to her quirk, she needs to turn the power down and increase the surface on which she produces the energy, whatever it is. Then from here, she must train to slowly raise her quirk resistance. Something clicked in Izuku's brain. What do you mean by increasing the surface? I mean the best start for her is to dial down the power she's emitting and to emit it all over her body. It means that instead of a finger having to bear the heat and whatever else is produced by her quirk, it's distributed evenly through her body. Children don't have any control when they use their quirk. It's after that they learn finesse. I will hazard a guess and suppose that she didn't use her quirk when she was younger. Maybe. In Izuku's defense, he wasn't aware that he would have to craft a detailed backstory about his fictional character. Her resistance to her own quirk and her firepower are out of balance. Izuku could somehow hear that the salaryman was nodding as if it was obvious. Her firepower grew with her, but since she was rarely using her quirk, her body had no resistance to it. It's like trying to lift too much weight out of the blue. Trying to push through it is always the worst thing to do. Izuku was very happy to be told that because his plan B was to keep breaking his bones until he figured it out. His father continued. That's why, and it's only an example, of course, you should never tell someone with a fire quirk not quite suited to their body to focus on making their flames as hot as possible unless you're prepared for them to impersonate an especially loud bonfire. That was an oddly specific situation which would have made most people pause at it and wonder if this was something Midoriya Hisashi had witnessed. Unfortunately, Izuku's brain was wired differently and immediately pointed out the fact that, despite his father's claim, someone in this terrible, awful, no-good situation wouldn't have been screaming for long between the shock and the high-temperature fire incinerating the nerves responsible for transmitting pain signals. Since that was a little too morbid, Izuku moved on. It took Izuku an hour for him to settle on a percentage of 1 for all that wasn't hurting him like his bones were about to break. 5% wasn't much, but a series of experimentation confirmed that it gave him quite the amount of power. And yes, all that jumping around like a Duracell bunny was indeed scientific experimentation, because he had written it down. The problem was that jumping around was all he could do. Using 1 for all took so much of his concentration that it was a miracle smoke wasn't escaping from his ears. It might be something that could be solved with time and a lot of training, but he wondered if there wasn't some kind of shortcut. In Symbol of Victory, when the 9th holder of 1 for all appeared, he was accompanied by Night Eye, who was the fandom's perfect bashing target since he had apparently declared Bakugo Katsuki inapt to become the #1 hero, and Gran Torino, who was a background character. Just like Midoriya, Izuku appeared in sad fics about Bakugo Katsuki to tug at the reader's heartstrings. Gran Torino appeared as All Might's father figure in any fics where the symbol of peace was mourned. Gran Torino was the one who had trained All Might and, unless all of the fandom was agreeing on the same headcanon, which was a possibility, he had known All Might's predecessor. He was the perfect source of information to know how One for All evolved and changed depending on its users. Izuku grabbed his phone, called All Might, and almost didn't freak out over the fact he had All Might's number. Young Midoriya? All Might. I would like to talk to Gran Torino? Do you think it's possible? You do not want to talk to my teacher. If you talk to him, he might train you. I don't mind that. Isn't training a good thing? Yes, that's also what I said before the 12 hours coma. After All Might's enthusiastic approval of his plan, which absolutely didn't instill any doubt in Izuku, the teenager took the train, got lost for a while but eventually found Gran Torino's house. He was expected, because he didn't like the idea of showing up unannounced into the house of an old hero. Someone was watching a TV series inside, the sound loud enough to drown Izuku's careful then stronger knocks on the door. He thought about calling Gran Torino, but as he fished out his phone from his bag, he found out that the door was closed but unlocked. He didn't think. He opened the door and took a couple of steps inside. All he had the time to see was a very small and fragile-looking old man being startled awake, then a blur, then his ribcage asking if they were allowed to shatter because of the impact that had just hit them. "Oh, you're Toshinori's boy? You shouldn't wake up people so suddenly. You scared me." "So, how do I die?" the little old man who had kicked Izuku's but asked while eating a taiyaki. Izuku, still holding the back of his head, sat down on the floor and made sure not to do any sudden movements. He should have expected All Might to warn Gran Torino of the nature of Izuku's fake quirk. "I didn't see your death and I am not sure of what happened to you," he admitted. "How convenient," Gran Torino mocked. Well, it wasn't Izuku's fault if the author had forgotten about him. "You survived All Mights at Kamino but you lost an arm to All for One," the teenager explained because he could at least prepare for it and avoid it. "After that, I believe you went into hiding to train his successor. Who wasn't me but someone with an intangibility quirk." Togata Mirio, Gran Torino nodded. "His quirk is called permeation, by the way." Izuku would remember the quirk, but he didn't have much hope for the name. As soon as he was done here, he would have to do some research to see if there was really a difference between intangibility and permeation. He had memories of the sport festival and a very naked student, but it wasn't enough. "Not everything I know is reliable," Izuku warned Gran Torino. "For example, I doubt that All for One would call you darling to taunt you." Ohiko had been one hell of a crack pairing, upon which the fandom had jumped on, but even if it was ludicrous, it was perfect to explain to the old hero that Izuku's intel could be spotty, though he didn't have to know it was because it had been deformed by horny fans. Izuku realized that Gran Torino was now very still, and that his face was carefully expressionless. "Oh my god," the teenager whispered. It turned out that Gran Torino knew how to fix Izuku's problems, drilling fighting moves into him until he didn't have the luxury to think of his percentage anymore. All Might would then claim that Gran Torino had been downright adorable with Izuku compared to what he had gone through in his youth. It was probably the difference that blackmail material made. 5 months later. Usually, on the day of the entrance exam, Izuku should have spent his prep time by making his second set of vocal cords work out through a pretty intensive session of internal screaming. However, he was a fanboy to the core and practically ran to the legendary high school. Not to prove All Might that he had made the right choice, of course. No, just thinking about All Might's disappointed face was enough to make Izuku keel over in abject horror. But Izuku wasn't thinking about that. Instead, he was focusing on the fact that today, if he was lucky, he was going to meet his favorite character, Usuke Sora. Izuku had once told his best friend from another life, well, his only best friend since his social circle was exclusively made of the #1 hero, the #1 hero's terrifying teacher, and his mom, that he saw no point in reading Symbol of Victory when the author had so obviously misunderstood who the real main character ought to be. It was said in a joking way, of course, but Sora was Izuku's favorite character. The hidden little sister of a top hero named Hawks, she had been trained by the Commission since birth to be the best underground operative ever. Her mission was to pretend to be a double agent, working with All for One as the so-called UA trader in order to gain insight in his organization. However, soon after the school year started, tired with the propensity of the Commission to throw her in danger for no good reason, she became a triple agent. She was probably the most efficient villain in the entire series and the main reason why UA had been destroyed. Izuku's head went in every direction as he tried to find a blonde girl with black wings whose feathers could turn into hundreds of telekinetically controlled knives in a pinch. He was still looking for her after the written exam, surprised because he knew that she wasn't getting into UA through a recommendation. His foot tripped over something, breaking his balance and sending him on his way to violently kiss the ground. This is it, he thought. This is how I die. Which was of course ridiculous. He already knew how he was going to die. Now that the occasion to jump from a roof had passed, he would die at Kamino, crushed by a building. Even if the plot wanted to kill him early, an eventuality he always kept in mind, the childhood friend turned bully victim dying because he didn't look where he was looking wouldn't have much of an impact on Kaken's character development. He had been negotiating his fall when a light tap on the back stole all of his momentum, along with his gravity. He looked up to see a really cute girl with short brown hair and pretty eyes smiling at him. "Sorry for using my quirk on you," she apologized. "It's just such a bad omen to fall here." Her name was Uraraka Ochako. Izuku hesitated to use the word love interest because he had read entire essays on Tumblr on how Uraraka subverted the common tropes that came with this role, but also because everyone who had read the novels, and those who followed their rambling on Tumblr, agreed that Uraraka Ochako had stopped being an important character when Bakugo Katsuki had left UA. Moreover, Bakugo Katsuki had quickly evolved past the need for any romantic relationships or even meaningful platonic ones. However, there was one thing that made Uraraka Ochako special as far as characters in Symbol of Victory went. While there were many differences between the web novel and the light novel, Uraraka Ochako was the only person whose quirk had changed in her introduction. If Izuku remembered correctly, in one version she had a gigantification quirk while in another, she had the gravity quirk she had just used on him. To the point where about everyone wrote her as one of those rare people who had inherited both of her parents' quirks. And of course, Izuku was aware that it was impossible, but this headcanon was kinda dear to him, something that had always been around, to the point where he didn't mind if it passed to ascended fanon. After all, there was someone with the ability to take and give quirks around. And if Uraraka had called upon his service, Izuku wasn't one to judge. If he had access to All for One, he would shake him upside down until all the shiny quirks fell from him. Maybe I shouldn't have done that without asking you," she admitted, and Izuku realized that he had been staring at her and making everything awkward. He blushed, his feet back on the ground, clutching the straps of his backpack. At the same moment, Kaken passed next to them, managing to both glare at Izuku and to convey that he found him pathetic. He didn't spare a glance towards Uraraka. "That's your not quite love interest, Kaken. Would it kill you to make a good first impression?" "Not at all." Izuku shrieked at the girl. "Thank you for helping me, Uraraka." And because he was blushing and just wasn't used to talking with girls, he decided to make a strategic retreat towards the site of the entrance exam. If he had looked back, he would have seen the surprised look on the face of a girl who was perfectly aware that she had never introduced herself. Izuku never noticed, his expression now somber. Uraraka Ochako died during the siege of UA. She fought until the very end to defend the other students but got the dubious honor of being personally killed by All for One. He stole her quirk before throwing her through a window. "You with the curly hair," Tenya called after asking his necessary question to present Mike. "You have been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If this exam is nothing but a game to you, then please immediately." The green-haired boy who had been gawking at present Mike, no doubt that he hadn't been listening to a word of what was said about the organization of the exam, paused as people quietly laughed around him. Tenya couldn't help but to be annoyed at their attitude because this was no laughing matter. They were here to become heroes. The green-haired boy looked at Tenya, his green eyes gazing into his very soul, somehow forcing him to fully focus on him. A shiver ran down Tenya's spine. "Ida Tenya, I presume?" the boy said, his head tilted, a touch of wonder in his voice, as if he had known him for a long time even though it was their first meeting. Tenya went through all of his memories, wondering if there were any unsavory rumors following him. He couldn't remember anything he had done wrong and that could have spread to other schools. Was it because of that time where he had thrown his plastic water bottle into the recycling bin at school instead of the bin for water bottles? He had tried to fish it out, but his arm wasn't long enough, and if he had stayed a moment longer, he wouldn't have been 10 minutes early to class, which was already 5 minutes unforgivably late. He thought that no one had seen him. He had carried this dark secret with him all this time. Those are bold words from someone who will throw the rulebook out of the window if someone hurt a member of your family. It was said with such certitude that, for a brief moment, he made Tenya doubt. For the briefest moment, Tenya was almost ready to believe him. He is insane, he decided. And there is no point arguing with someone insane. "You're wrong," he simply said before sitting down, now unnerved. Mizo was standing on top of a building when he saw the candidate who had been dashing around, breaking robots left and right and helping other candidates become a blur of green energy, a moment before he reduced the zero-pointer to spare parts. Additional arms sprouted all over his limbs, ready to shield him from any impact, but not only did no piece of metal rain on him, which was always appreciated, but the boy also somehow landed on the same roof, hunching over like he was in pain. The sure sign that he had overdone it with his quirk. Mizo held out a couple of hands, ready to catch him if he fell, but he didn't even seem to notice him. I suppose that she didn't have a gigantification quirk, then. If she had used it, the zero-pointer couldn't have hurt her, Mizo heard him mumble. She would just need to dash. The boy with a quirk that could rival All Might had been looking around and seen Mizo. He was about to greet him or talk to him when he realized something else. Whatever it was, it made him freeze and his skin instantly became 3 shades paler. In the next second, the green-haired boy was lying on the roof, on his back, arms and legs spread, every muscle locked in place. Mizo did not panic. He simply gave the situation the urgency it needed as he rushed towards someone who was obviously in distress. "What's happening?" a dozen of mouths that had appeared on their own asked. "Is that because of your quirk?" "I'm not a fan of roofs," the boy admitted through gritted teeth. Mizo blinked. It didn't make much sense since, from what he had observed, with that kind of quirk, the curly-haired boy could survive a fall from his height. However, fear didn't have to make sense, and that kind of panic, as unfounded as it was, couldn't be mocked in any way. "All right," Mizo said in what he hoped to be a soothing voice. "You sound like you have some pretty serious phobia, so I am going to carry you down the building if that is all right with you?" "It's so nice of you, but you really don't have to," he answered Mizo as he carried him anyway. He was heavier than he looked, and immediately Koala hugged him. "And it's not a phobia, just some reasonable concern about what gravity and a brutal stop could do to me." 1 week later, Izuku's mom was looking at him with what could only be called a tired look on her face. Izuku, who had to find a convincing excuse as to how he had somehow acquired a quirk, was sweating so much that only his Midoriya genes were preventing him from dying of dehydration. "So," his mom repeated, "you manifested a quirk out of the blue, and thanks to that, you managed to pass the entrance exam and get into UA?" Izuku nodded. "Okay. Nailed it. Once again." After telling the good news to his mom, Izuku made a quick run to the grocery store. They were almost out of coffee, which was plainly dangerous in this home. When he returned, there was a pair of men's shoes in front of the door. Izuku's first thought was that those were All Might's. In his civilian life, the symbol of peace preferred wearing sneakers, but if he was here to explain to Izuku's mom about One for All, it would make sense for him to dress the part. Of course, Izuku would have preferred for All Might to warn him so he wouldn't be caught in a lie, but the teenager accepted his mistake and the ineluctable moment where his mom would lock him in the vault for the rest of the month in the vain hope of teaching him not to accept quirks from strangers. As his body moved on his own and he entered the living room and realized that this wasn't All Might, Izuku wondered who this white-haired man was and why he was sitting in Izuku's chair, the one he always used but, for some reason, wasn't allowed to customize with very respectable All Might stickers. The man turned his head towards Izuku and smiled, the expression radiating such warmth that the teenager was taken back for a moment. It left the not-quite stranger, since Izuku's mother had been laughing with him a moment ago, the time to stand. He was tall, extremely so, but luckily for him, the entire apartment was made for tall people and All Might himself could have walked around without fearing for his head. It was also why, every time Izuku and his mom needed something, they had to climb on a chair to get to the higher shelves and cupboards. Izuku, the man who had somehow managed to sneak on him despite being right in front of him, said a moment before he grabbed Izuku and pulled him in a very tight hug. At this point, Izuku had a slight suspicion of who this strange man was, but he still looked at his mom. Their eyes met and some mother-son communication ensued, the same way any family member or two people who had known each other for too long could communicate without being heard by the other people in the room. "Yep, that's your dad," she confirmed with a glance. Only then did Izuku hug his father back. Aizawa Shoyuta had gone through many surprises since Eri had entered his life. He had discovered that he could make time for something that wasn't a cat. He had forced himself to read through children's psychology books and he had started watching cartoons again while taking his breakfast. He had fantasized several times about killing a certain Yakuza but had started the habit of reminding himself that life in Tartarus was worse than being beaten to death. And when he saw the little girl he was responsible for, in their home, eating a lollipop he didn't recognize, he learned a new type of fear. "Eri," he somehow managed to calmly say. Eri was extremely sensitive to any change of moods in the adults around her and always assumed that it was her fault. "Where did you find that lollipop?" The 5-year-old, unaware that he was nearly going through a heart attack induced by parental fear, kept sking on the candy that Aizawa hadn't offered to her. It might be from Mike or Midnight, but they spoiled Eri rotten when she was at you. There was a slight chance that Eri had manifested some patience that no small child should have when it came to sweets and waited until she was home to eat it. A very slight chance. Eri didn't hesitate to destroy all his hopes. "It was on my pillow when I woke up." Nedzu brought his paws to his mouth, trying not to say anything too undiplomatic. Words such as, "Have you finally lost your mind? Is that it?" Or, "What drags have you been indulging in and would you be inclined to share?" floated in his genius mind, but with a tremendous effort of will, he managed to look away from the written request and to look at the erasure hero. His hair was wild and not because of his quirk. His left hand was trembling because of the unholy amount of caffeine he was using to keep himself awake. And there was madness in his eyes, the awful parental brand that would refuse to listen to logic. "Aizawa," the principal said with the voice he used during high-stakes negotiation. "I understand your concern, but you cannot carry Eri in a sling until whoever broke into your home is arrested or shot," Aizawa offered, his smile the stuff of nightmares. "I am open to compromises. And yes, I can." Nedzu sighed and looked at Eri, who was curled asleep on the second comfiest chair in his office. The colors of the kitty blanket covering her were so flashy that it was bringing tears to Nedzu's sensitive eyes. Only one thing could soothe Aizawa's frayed parental nerves, and that would be the arrest of the one who had broken into his home and borrowed his daughter's quirk. However, All for One wouldn't let himself be known so early in the story, and Nedzu doubted that watching the Kamino massacre would make Aizawa calm down. But Nedzu couldn't afford the students of 1A being distracted by Eri's cuteness. So he had to find a solution. "Find a new apartment," the principal told him. "I will secure it myself. In the meantime, Eri and you can live on the campus. My security measures should allow you not to be taken by surprise by a villain." Aizawa agreed, now reassured and completely unaware that Nedzu had chosen his words very carefully. After all, he was all too aware that UA was not the sanctuary it was supposed to be when it came to villain intrusions. Izuku arrived late to UA because it had taken him 15 minutes to escape his father's hug. It was his fault though. What the last weeks had taught him was that Midoriya Hisashi was both extremely tactile with his family members and generally didn't believe in the concept of letting go. There was a world between reading about the school and glimpsing at the occasional images from the light novels on Tumblr, and actually walking through the hallways and experiencing it for real. Yue stuck out like a sore thumb in a setting that wasn't supposed to be too different from the modern one Izuku and the readers were used to. The campus in itself was probably bigger than Izuku's neighborhood. The walls were reinforced in such a way that they could withstand most quirks. The glass of the windows were also reinforced. And there were the robots roaming through the campus, registering everything, with a feed that had to be watched by someone. Izuku's innate sense of wonder was slightly cooled down by all those details. Yue now felt like a military school wearing a mustache in order to pretend that it was just a goofy school of adventure. But in any case, he did find his class, entered as the protagonist, and the guy who would fail to murder Stain were arguing about the lack of respect putting one's foot over a desk showed, and he looked for Sora. 19 hero students who were already in their seats, except for Ida who was in front of Kaken, stared blankly at him. If Izuku hadn't been so focused on finding Sora, he would have noticed how their expressions were carefully neutral and how weird it was that they were all looking at him. But instead he searched for the blonde girl with black wings who was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, Uraraka?" Kaminari tried to whisper, startling the girl with a gravity quirk. "Is that the one with the ability to read minds?" "What?" Izuku looked behind him to see if he wasn't blocking the path of a telepathic student, but he only saw a dirty yellow sleeping bag. "I said maybe," she protested, a blush spreading all over her face. "I said he might have the ability to read minds." It finally dawned on Izuku that they were talking about him. And obviously making tremendous efforts in not thinking about anything stupid. "I can't read minds." "He can't read minds." Kaken and him had talked at the same time, one with far more contempt than the other. Izuku's relationship with him hadn't improved much since the day the plot had tried to revoke his breathing permit. In order to focus on the American Dream Plan and then on not breaking his bones, Izuku had developed the somewhat unfortunate habit of tuning Kaken out. It wasn't like he was losing anything. Kaken always repeated the same things, and one quickly got bored with being told how his face was annoying and how he would never amount to anything because he was supposedly a loser. Deku. But in any case, Izuku was pretty amused by the wave of relief those words created and that spread through the entire class as each student seemed to substantially relax. "How the F did you manage to get into UA, you nerd? You pulled some trick again, didn't you?" Izuku was a little impressed by them. If he had learned that a fellow student was a telepath, he would have skipped any attempt at controlling what he was thinking and would have just directly apologized to them for whatever they would hear. And then he would have asked them 1,000 questions about their quirk, his notebook already in hand. "I effing hate you so much, with that stupid look on your face like you're not even listening to me." His desk was between Kaken and Mineta Minoru, a character hated by the fandom, which was proof that the universe had a sense of humor and that Izuku's life was its best joke. He put his backpack down, sat at the desk, and pretended to be invisible, only for someone to kick in his chair, startling Izuku. "Echui, you be a study," the protagonist screamed. "Stop ignoring me." "Oh, sorry Kaken." Izuku apologized and turned towards him. He had the feeling he had missed something important. "You were saying something to me?" Kaken looked at him, his face oddly serene for a moment, which was enough of a warning for Izuku to jump out of the way just as the explosion boy lunged across the desk, probably to strangle him. Izuku had just landed on his butt and was doing a strategic retreat when the tough teacher archetype entered the class, a yellow sleeping bag under his arm. "If you're done acting like elementary school children." The quirk apprehension test was the arc that introduced UA to the readers, conveying very clearly that UA encouraged a freestyle educational system and a cutthroat competition between its students. It was also commonly acknowledged that the hyper-competition encouraged by the perspective of being expelled out of the blue had contributed in destroying any hope of making the students work as a team, and it had obliterated any trust they could have in their homeroom teacher. Now, if Izuku had Kaken's sheer audis, he could have told Aizawa why his teaching methods weren't aligned with any goal involving the continued health of his students in the long run. But Aizawa had grabbed him right as he exited the locker room and warned him that Eri liking him wouldn't make the teacher less impartial when it came to his evaluation. Izuku wasn't putting it past him to try and expel him just for disagreeing with him. The other reason was Mineta Minoru. version, Mineta was indeed expelled and kicked out of UA, not because of his conduct every time he saw a girl but because he was dead last in the ranking. In another, he was saved from expulsion through a loophole, a crumb of potential, though most of the fandoms agreed that Mineta's parents had probably offered Aizawa a villa in Spain, at the very least, only to die in the USJ. He tried to protect the girl with the frog quirk, and Shigaraki Tamura decayed his entire face. If it meant he would avoid his death, Izuku was willing to let Mineta Minoru be expelled. The end of the quirk apprehension test came too soon, the class dividing themselves between those confident in their abilities and those who were praying not to get the last place. And surprisingly enough, Izuku, despite his distrust towards the universe and his own luck, was among the former. He wasn't calm because he was aware that he literally had a cheat power that improved his physical abilities and that ranking last would break some laws of probability. He was calm because while he didn't especially believe in himself, he believed in All Might and in his quirk. The results were displayed on the board. Izuku's lower jaw asked for permission to drop to the ground. First, Midoriya Izuku. Second, Yayoro Zumomo. Third, Todoroki Shudo. Fourth, Ida Tenya. Fifth, Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku could hear his heartbeat, deafening and terribly slow at the same time. Unease rose within him, threatening to drown him, but 2 lives dealing with anxiety had taught him how to automatically push it back, just enough not to be overwhelmed. Kaken, dropped in the ranking? Izuku turned towards Kaken and distantly noted that he looked equally as stunned. All anger was gone from the blond boy's face and his body language as he now bore a striking resemblance to a surprised and vaguely outraged cat. Not a chill cat, though. One of those cats who gave a bad reputation to all the other cats. Then, Kaken quickly regained his composure and gave Izuku a glare filled with hatred. Izuku could feel that he was currently being blamed for everything wrong that had ever happened in Kaken's life and that the main character of this world wished for nothing more than for him to disappear. But this animosity that made the students around Kaken take a couple of steps back bounced on Izuku without leaving any trace, as the green-haired teenager had far more pressing concerns. He should be ranked first, Izuku fiercely thought. In Symbol of Victory, Bakugo Katsuki is always number Kaken was weaker than he should be at this stage of the story. To say that Izuku's plan to get Kaken's help to end all for one, and incidentally saving his own life by avoiding Kamino altogether, was compromised. Well, that was now an understatement. Mineta's cry of despair brought Izuku back to reality and he glanced at the bottom of the ranking. Hagakure, Mineta Minoru. Please. Mineta begged, tears in his eyes. I can do better. Izuku looked at him and his perspective shifted just like that. Mineta Minoru was not a likable character by any means. He was perverted, he wasn't funny, and he was plainly distasteful. But that was the problem. Mineta wasn't a character. He was a teenager who had just integrated his dream school and who was about to be expelled because on the first day, without benefiting from any additional training, he was deemed the one with the least potential among his class, through a test that favored those who had strong physical abilities. He was a person who was seeing his dream be crushed for arbitrary reasons, and watching this was intolerable for Izuku. He took a step towards Aizawa, oddly calm and angry at the same time, angry at Aizawa for following the storyline and for forcing him to care. But before he could say something, Aizawa shook his head, his lips pressed in a thin line. I suppose you're not that worse than the rest, the homeroom teacher declared. If you don't show signs of improvement, there are plenty of occasions to get rid of you. Mineta almost keeled over from sheer relief and the mood immediately lightened up, some students even stating that it was obvious from the start that no one was going to get expelled. Izuku didn't offer his opinion. During his brief moment of annoyance at how the plot treated people, the pieces had clicked in the right way and he had realized why Kaken was weaker than in canon. The sludge villain incident had never happened to him. When the plot had tried to kill Izuku, it had sent a vicious killer after him, which had then been stopped by All Might. Kaken had never tasted the humiliation of being powerless and of having to wait to be rescued. In canon, his injured pride and realizing his limits had pushed him to train even harder, to the point where he could outmatch students coming from heroic families like Todoroki Shudo and Ida Tenya. The plot, in its attempt to get rid of Izuku, had nerfed its main character. Izuku was making his way towards Shuji Mizo to greet him and thank him for being so nice during the entrance exam when Aizawa called him, making him freeze mid-step. Midoriya, there is no mention of your quirk in your file. It's not information I can go without. Every student stopped talking and listened at once, because knowing the nature of a quirk was a huge advantage during a fight. If popularity wasn't so important for the hero ranking and if hero society wasn't slightly obsessed with quirks, pro heroes would probably never reveal details about their quirks. His own classmates were especially interested as Izuku had been accused of having a mind-reading quirk and had shown that he had super strength during the quirk apprehension test. My quirk? Oh, that's really simple, Izuku considered saying. It's actually a very old stockpiling quirk that has absorbed the strength of its 8 previous holders, All Might, number 1 hero, symbol of peace, pun master, and so on, and it comes with a giant target on my back. I also have a completely different target on my back with the universe wanting my cessation of existence because I was supposed to die almost a year ago to give motivation to my best friend turned bully. I also happen to know a couple of strategic spoilers. For example, your dead best friend is actually a bartender babysitter. He isn't supposed to have one, Kaken positively growled, still glaring at Izuku. Kaken was breathing hard, his body tense as if he was physically restraining himself from charging at him. Izuku ignored him and focused back on the serial expeller. Yes, my quirk is called Hunch, Izuku said, like a liar. It allows me to get some measure of precognition and through some fascinating process I won't talk about, it also allows me to use super strength in the right circumstances. Ida Tenya's head whipped in his direction and he gave Izuku the look of a bird of prey who had just noticed a mouse. Uraraka Ochako frowned. Kaken started to turn a color not found in nature. I won't reveal more because it would allow anyone knowing the exact mechanism of my quirk to neutralize it, Izuku concluded. He was amazed at the bullshit he could pull from nowhere when he needed it. That's actually rational, Aizawa declared. What the hell? He is quirkless. He is lying to you. Izuku bravely tried to resist the need to mess with him. He did. No one could prove otherwise. You're right, Kaken, he managed to say with a straight face. I am truly quirkless. What I am doing is actually magic. Hiding behind Kirishima Idru turned out to be unnecessary as Aizawa was kind enough to stop Kaken with his capture scarf before he could blast Izuku. However, Izuku had the sneaking suspicion that if he had been the one to attack another student, even one of the strongest ones, while using his quirk, he doubted that Aizawa would just tie him up and scold him for 20 seconds before moving on. Freaking main character privilege. Someone tapped him on the shoulder while he was standing behind the very nice teenager who would fall into a very deep depression because of the canon events but who would also keep masking it behind a mask of heroism. He thanked Kirishima, who had been willing to defend Izuku with his body, and turned towards a pink girl with a very intense look on her face. Will I get a cute boyfriend? She asked, unknowingly reminding Izuku of all the ship wars he had witnessed in the symbol of victory tag. Then, he remembered that he had read fics involving several of his classmates and even his teachers. Well, I've got no idea, Izuku admitted after he was done with dealing with the sheer psychic damage, not remembering much about the pink demon, and it was said affectionately, except for the guess who is the main character, jokes where she was always unanimously chosen. Will I get a harem? Mineta asked. Izuku considered telling the guy who was hated by the fandom that his fate was to have his face decayed by Shigaraki at the USJ but ultimately decided to be diplomatic. Ahem. Probably not, the teenager carefully said. But do you take constructive criticism? Sure. Izuku put a hand on Mineta's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. Mineta Minoru, if you do not start treating women like actual human beings instead of dolls that are supposed to welcome all of your SXL fantasies, one day, you're going to be found dead in an alley and no one will bother investigating the crime because you will be that guy everyone despises for always bothering your female coworkers. People will not only rejoice at your death but they will also make fun of you at your funeral. Am I clear? Mineta, now paler, gulped down and nodded, his eyes huge and terrified. Will one of us become the number 1 hero? Kamarari asked next. Actually, only answer that one if it's me. And please, don't tell me how I am going to die. Izuku hated to disappoint the potential Meta Liberation Army mole, but he had to stop the questions now because he could see the tsunami of questions about to be unleashed on him. And he didn't want to be the one to tell them that before they even graduated, the hero ranking would be a vague memory because no one counted the votes after the first Apocalypse arc. I can't see that far, he hurried to admit. I only know things that will happen in the next couple of years, and it's not precise. Or telling people you can see the future when you can't is a good way to obfuscate what your quirk can really do while tricking your opponent into thinking they can't win against you, Todoroki Shudo coldly noted. He was the son of the number 2 hero and has followed his father's footstep by constantly grabbing the second place of the popularity contest, even long after his death. He had a fire and ice quirk, the training that made him the only student able to rival with Kaken's firepower and combat instinct, and he was killed by his older brother, Dabi, right in front of their father. It was usually rare for an entire fandom to agree on something, and yet, Todoroki Shudo's demise had made the impossible become true, as everyone agreed that his death so soon in symbol of victory was the worst waste of potential that had ever happened. Ironically enough, while Todoroki Shudo was a character Izuku knew a lot about, there was nothing he could tell him right now to prove it. Talking about Endeavor's abuse and the fact he was the product of a quirk marriage would be difficult enough if they were alone, but right now, the entire class was listening, eager to know what Izuku would answer. Mentioning that his dead brother was actually alive, a villain, and wanted to kill him might earn him a punch to the face. Oh, that's right, there is something not too horribly personal I can say. Todoroki, I understand that you made an oath not to fight using your left side, but you should stop. You can't fight at half strength forever. One day you are going to need your flames, but you won't know how to use them anymore. That was how he died. During the fight with Dabi, as a last resort, he was forced to use his flames, but while he had power, he had no finesse, no move other than what someone wielding a flamethrower could use, and faced with Dabi, who was even better than Endeavor at using his fire, he simply hadn't survived it. A nice execution of the honor before reason trope that had driven the fandom mad and into a phase of mourning. If Izuku closed his eyes, he could still see the mad posts about how Dabi was half dead and should have been coughing up his lungs 5 minutes into the fight, and all the memes mocking or raging on Endeavor. Todoroki gave him a cold look. Literally. Izuku could feel the drop in temperature. That looks like a couple of guesses and some cold reading to me, he argued, not remotely aware that even if he was right about Izuku lying, he was giving him too much credit, for he didn't even put the effort to cold read people to fake his quirk. It's true that I can be wrong sometimes, Izuku shrugged. It's not an exact science. Speaking of which, has anyone seen a girl with blonde hair and black wings in the entrance exam? She might be in 1B? Her name is Sora? I need to talk to her. Aizawa Shoyuta looked up from his tablet. Mike had sent him a photo of Eri's latest drawing, a masterpiece that would find its way on the fridge tonight. When he focused his attention back on the boy who had saved his foster daughter, from what All Might had told him. Unlike Todoroki and the rest of the students, he didn't bother doubting his claims about his quirk. After all, Midoriya had found Eri while she was in a Yakuza stronghold, and he had known what her quirk was even though she had assured Shoyuta that she had never told him about it. No student with this name or this quirk passed the entrance exam or was recommended, Shoyuta informed him. Midoriya's reaction was immediate. His face shifted into a blank mask, but his fists were now clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white. I need to go to the infirmary, the boy said calmly. I'll be right back. Recovery Girl seemed suspicious when she saw Izuku, but on the other hand, she was not surprised to see a student from the hero course already visiting her on the first day. Could I borrow a pillow, please? Izuku said, his voice sounding like something read by a program. A flash of recognition passed on Recovery Girl's face and she nodded. To sleep on, to sit on, or to scream in? Izuku should have expected that a place like UA would have the best of the best when it came to healing the students' injuries, be they physical or emotional. To scream in, please. Recovery Girl pushed on her desk with her feet, propelling her chair towards a large metal closet, and she opened it, revealing lines and lines of pillows. Little tags had been printed and put on the shelves in order to indicate their uses, such as sleeping, injuries in delicate places, screaming catharsis, just got dumped. Aizawa expelled another student. To smother Nezu with, and so on. The heroine threw a screaming catharsis pillow, with the UA logo embroidered on it, at Izuku and showed him to a little soundproof room behind the beds. Izuku thanked her, closed the door, and brought the pillow to his face. They retconned my girl. I am in the version where they retconned the best character of the entire series. What the hell were they scared of? Sora eclipsing the main character? That was already the freaking case in the web novel and people continued reading anyway? Why can't I ever have nice things? What else is going to be taken away from me? Will All for One lose his cool coat? Will Kaken not get the blue All Might varsity jacket? F light novels. Can't have anything nice in those. Once Izuku had a nice calming and relaxing cry. He left the infirmary and saw that Ida Tenya and Uraraka Ochako were waiting right outside of it. Unlike him, they had changed out of their gym uniform. They also happened to look extremely disturbed. Midoriya. Ida called, his hand movement almost taking out Uraraka. Did you hear that blood-curdling sound? Like all the demons of hell screaming in rage at once. No, I can't say I did, Izuku coughed, his throat a little raw. Whatever it was, it gave me visions of my own death, Uraraka shuddered. Izuku was about to weave a lie about how that strange scream of deep loss might come from the support department when the girl with a gravity quirk looked at him, nerves erasing her previous concern. He braced himself. I wanted to thank you for saving me during the entrance exam, she said a little too loudly, before recovering some of her cool. It was you, wasn't it? I only saw green lightning. Blushing, Izuku raised a hand to the back of his neck. He was not equipped to handle girls being grateful to him. You don't have to thank me, he muttered. I am sure you would have done the same for me. Of course I have to thank you, she declared. And then she bowed, almost making Izuku spontaneously combust out of embarrassment. And I am sorry that I made people think that you had a mind-reading quirk. There is nothing wrong with that, but I shouldn't have talked about your quirk in your back. It was rude. At this point, Izuku's hand waving could have rivaled Ida's. He didn't know what to say to make her understand that it was okay, that she really shouldn't have to apologize. He had just managed to say please, don't worry about it. It's okay, when Ida cut through his mumble. And I am here to tell you that I understand your concern, but I assure you I would never be emotionally compromised enough to break the law. But I hear your warning for what it is. Izuku had no idea of what that even meant and finally realized that he just sucked at handling any kind of social interactions between classmates. I am here. All Might found Izuku hiding in the woods, his phone in hand, still frozen because of his interactions with Ida and Uraraka. To congratulate you on ranking first at Aizawa's test. I am so proud of you, my beau. What happened to you? Izuku tried to gather his thoughts. The number one hero apparently thought he was taking too long because he poked him on the shoulder, threatening to make him fall. Ida and Uraraka found me and talked to me, Izuku explained in a little voice. We exchanged numbers. We are having lunch together tomorrow? All Might nodded, immediately understanding the problem. There was a reason why he was you're in this state because despite your quirk and common sense, you didn't see the fact that you would be making friends in high school coming? Izuku nodded. In his defense, he had never considered the possibility of making friends. His mind had developed a specific kind of tunnel vision where his survival, for him and for the people he cared about, were his absolute and exclusive priority. Unless All Might merch was involved, of course. All Might patted him on the head to comfort him while his anxiety was enumerating all the reasons why the lunch tomorrow could lead to a disaster, and Izuku pretended not to notice the hint of mockery in the symbol of pieces, there sounds. Then, Izuku remembered that he had a question about the plot and someone who ought to know the gossip in the teacher room. All Might. Izuku raised his head to look at him. And raised his head more. And some more. Do you know why Mr. Aizawa didn't expel Mineta? From what I understand, it was because he found that none of the students in his class were devoid of potential this year. All Might immediately answered, deflating because they were out of sight. Izuku didn't fail to notice that his answer had been a little too quick. A decade watching his interviews had taught him to differentiate his tones, and this one was often used when All Might was hiding the truth with another truth. "Do you know if there was another reason?" the teenager insisted. "What I am going to say will stay between us," All Might said. He was smiling, but Izuku could recognize that he wasn't being asked a question. Young Mineta and young Hagakure had the same score. In the spirit of fairness, Aizawa was supposed to either expel both of them or keep both of them in his class. He showed leniency. The quirk apprehension test was an arc with no surprise. Izuku had read it too many times to have missed something so important and clearly explaining why Aizawa would let Mineta Minoru in one. And yet, he had never heard of this before. It meant that Bakugo Katsuki was an unreliable character and there were secrets no one in the fandom had pierced. "I take it that young Mineta was supposed to be expelled?" All Might guessed. "There was a 50% chance of it, but I couldn't understand why Mr. Aizawa would change his mind about expelling a student. Even now, I am surprised he was so lenient," Izuku said, not wanting to use the word OOC. "You don't think you might have something to do with it?" Izuku frowned, not understanding what All Might was trying to say. "You saved Eri and brought her to Aizawa, making him a father," All Might reminded him. "He is now responsible for the well-being of a child, which makes him more aware of what children think and of what they are going through. Following this logic, it's not surprising for a father to be nicer towards children." The teenager blinked, too surprised to react in any other way. "Every act you do has an impact, young Midoriya. When you rescued Eri, you initiated a change that brought good into the world. And just as cruelty begets cruelty, kindness begets kindness and positive changes on a scale you can't seem to understand for now." Izuku didn't say anything. There was a version of this story where Aizawa had decided to let Mineta stay, even though he didn't know Eri. But he wanted to believe in what All Might was saying. Once he was home, Izuku barely had the time to take his shoes off before his father abandoned whatever he was doing in the kitchen, grabbed him and held him in a bear hug, the teenager's feet dangling above the floor. Even though he had put on a lot of weight thanks to All Might's American Dream plan, his father's arms never trembled or showed any sign of strain. Izuku suspected that his father could have held him forever, as if he didn't weigh more than a couple of grapes. The teenager bravely didn't squirm away and hugged his father back. The awkwardness between them was still there, but Izuku was making an effort. He had noticed that when his father thought no one was looking at him, he looked sad, as if he was putting on a mask with them. And Izuku hadn't been the only one to notice. His mom and him hadn't talked about it, but they made an effort to make Izuku's father feel appreciated. 5 minutes later, his father was hard to escape. Izuku hugged his mom, asked her if she wanted help to cook, and was promptly chased out while his father took place on the couch. Both of his parents liked to cook but didn't tolerate anyone else in the kitchen, so the cohabitation was always entertaining to watch. "How was school?" his father asked, an arm on the back of the couch, a slight note of mockery in his voice. He had never said anything, but it didn't take a genius to know that Midoriya Hisashi didn't have much respect for heroes. Izuku told them about the quirk apprehension test, what Aizawa looked like, and how he had decided not to expel Mineta. He talked at length about his classmates' quirks and that he might have made 2 friends today. His mom beamed at that one. Not because of the cool quirks, unlike his father, but because the last time Izuku had friends, he had been 4 and was still waiting for his quirk to show up. His father didn't exactly ask him his rank in the test, but Izuku still found himself telling them that he had been in first place. "Congratulations, Izuku," his dad said. And even if he didn't like heroes and hero schools, there was real pride on his face. "It's impressive." Izuku shrugged, uncomfortable. It was a physical test disproportionately suited to people with power-type quirks. "I have no merit, it's dash." His dad had grabbed his face and was pinching his cheeks. "You have to force yourself to enjoy the good things in life until it comes naturally to you," he declared, his voice so deep that it resonated in Izuku's soul. "You have to live your life to the fullest instead of simply existing. I can assure you that the latter is not worth going through." Izuku tried to say something, but his father's slightly creepy green eyes were staring into his soul, forcing him to fully focus on him. He didn't wish that on anyone. "Every breath you take is a victory," his dad fervently declared. "Every day you live through must matter." Everything susceptible to bring you joy must be seized and appreciated. And with that he finally let Izuku go. Since we are giving each other deep truths, Izuku managed to say when his face stopped hurting. Could you tell me why you have a vault? His father considered the question for a moment, then sighed. Do you want me to answer that question, or do you want your own vault so you can put your most precious possessions there and no one, not even a spiky-haired bast? Hisashi, don't swear in front of the baby, Izuku's mom warned her husband. I'm not a baby. Yes, you are. His father waved his answer away while his mom was laughing. He continued like he had never been interrupted. And not even a spiky-haired moron could break into it, steal them and swagger with them in front of you? Izuku wasn't stupid. He was both aware that this was a really weird thing to offer and a trap to distract him. But he remembered that All Might card that Kaken had stolen from him 5 years ago. It was a Wednesday. It was raining. It wouldn't have happened if he had a nice vault at his disposal. Slowly, Izuku nodded. All Might's hand was trembling as he explained what the first hero training lesson was going to be about. He might be able to face the worst villains and the worst crisis without ever flinching, but apparently, facing 20 teenagers for the first time was enough to give the symbol of peace the nerves. And Izuku was excited to have noticed it. All Might was like him. Sometimes he freaked out. And yet he still managed to be perfect under all circumstances, proving that Izuku's case wasn't desperate. The first pairs were decided, Uraraka and Izuku versus Ida and Kaken. Sora should have been the one in his place. She would have been the first person to give Kaken some real challenge, and he would have suspected that there was more to her quirk than just feathers flying around. Izuku gritted his teeth, still said that Sora had been retconned in this world. Not only was his little fanboy heart mourning her, but now he didn't know who the traitor was anymore. The usual suspects were Hagakure, Aoyama and Kaminari, but Izuku had also seen long metas about Vlad King, Uraraka and Ajiru. One of his favorite fics had been a traitor Momo one. He looked at Ajiru, who was talking with Kaminari, his tail flicking back and forth. He had always been Izuku's favorite when it came to this theory, but now that he was inside symbol of victory, he couldn't afford to accuse someone just because of a gut feeling. If the traitor was anything like Sora, they would hide their true self behind a mask. They would be ruthlessly efficient when cornered. They would be someone good at manipulating people, and they would completely believe in their cause. Aoyama Yuga's life was a nightmare and he was seeing no way out. It wasn't enough that his parents had signed him off for one hell of a student debt when he was 4 and that the devil himself had told him 1 year before the entrance exam to get into the best hero school of the country, which just happened to be the one to refuse the most candidates, or else his entire family would be killed, but no pressure. To add insult to injury, the supervillain Yuga was having night terrors about had his phone number and he was texting him 5 times a day to make sure he was a good little spy. On the screen, the green-haired boy who didn't have a mind-reading quirk broke the exploding boy's gauntlet with a kick. The two teenagers considered the brand new support item weapon of mass destruction that was now useless. In the next moment, he was running like a madman while dragging the blonde boy by his ankle. Yuga could hear him screaming bloody murder from where he was standing. He had to clench his teeth in order not to scream. It was now obvious that he wasn't the only one who had received a quirk from All for One. Super strength and the ability to see in the future were 2 quirks masquerading as one. I received a quirk that hurts me even when I am not using it, and I must spy on my classmates. What kind of dedication does it take to have a semi-okay quirk from that infoir? Whatever it was, All for One didn't completely trust the Green Menace. After all, why else would All for One ask him so many questions about him? Yuga laughed nervously at this idea. There was a note of hysteria in this sound. Izuku didn't flee the classroom after the first hero training lesson. He absolutely wasn't intimidated by all those classmates with beautiful quirks who were nice to him. It was just that All Might had offered to drive him home and it seemed rude to make him wait too long, so Izuku didn't hang out after class. He hadn't noticed that Kaken had also left early before he saw him walking towards the exit. His head was held high, he was looking in front of him and his hands were in his pockets. Nothing indicated any sign of a turmoil or that he felt bad, except for how quiet he was. Stillness went against Kaken's very nature. He was loud even when he wasn't saying anything, his presence spreading far. Around him, his emotions always raw and unfettered. Izuku knew how to recognize a landmine and he wasn't going to step on that one, so he started making a strategic retreat. "Have you come to gloat?" Kaken said without looking back. Izuku hadn't made any noise. Nothing should have indicated his presence, but Kaken's instinct was positively otherworldly. He had probably been some kind of jungle predator in another life. Kaken turned towards him, his face blank, which was a bad enough omen in itself, but there were also dark circles under his eyes. They hadn't been there this morning. He looked drained. "You," Kaken said, a hint of a snarl in his voice, and suddenly he looked better, as if anger was the only thing keeping him afloat. Yes, Kaken was aflame. He needed to burn constantly in order to be himself, and if he didn't use his anger and his pride as a fuel, he found himself with nothing left. All those years you didn't have a quirk, and now that? Izuku realized that Kaken was crying. Izuku hadn't seen him cry since he discovered he had explosion. "You were always worthless. Just a stupid Deku. But I have lost to you today." And as if that wasn't enough, that icy bastard. No way I can measure up to him either. Izuku's heart broke for him. Kaken had his faults, but those were the products of his environment. He had been praised since he had come into his quirk and put on a pedestal. He had been failed by the adults around him, and he didn't have the necessary tools to deal with that kind of emotional upheaval. Kaken. Something strange happened. One part of him could completely understand the sheer anguish Kaken was going through, and he was deeply aware that he was a teenager who had room to grow and who had flaws that had grown out of proportion because no one had done the right thing and put limits on him. Another part dope slapped the first one, pretty violently, and screamed, "What is wrong with you? Why are you telling me this?" Kaken blinked, but Izuku was just as surprised as him. "We're not friends, Kaken," Izuku reminded him anyway, because it needed to be said. 2 months ago, you were still bullying me. I am the last person you should talk about your feelings with." For a moment, the protagonist of this world didn't say anything. Even though his tears remained, he wasn't crying anymore, his sorrow due to the knowledge of discovering that he wasn't as strong as he needed to be to live with himself now gone, replaced by something else. Kaken advanced, his hands out of his pocket and slightly raised away from his body, so he would be free to use his quirk. But he wasn't considering attacking Izuku. It was instinct at work, because he felt the situation could degenerate. Izuku's former childhood friend stopped right in front of him, close enough for Izuku to sense the tension in his body. Close enough to see that his pupils were dilated and that something was failing to hide in them. "What happened to you?" Izuku realized what he was seeing in Kaken's eyes. One day, it was like you had become someone completely different. You start acting all high and mighty, you get a quirk. What happened to you? What did you do? It was fear. Izuku looked at him, feeling a cold sweat running down his back. Kaken had noticed that he wasn't the same. Part of him was relieved to be seen in such a way. Maybe he should have felt grateful that Kaken could see what most people couldn't suspect. But another part of him was angry. Why was Kaken only seeing him now? Why had he waited for him to have a quirk and to somewhat heal from what he had gone through before actually paying attention to who Izuku really was? Years spent being bullied, being hated, being broken down piece by piece, because Kaken was convinced Izuku was looking down on him, and it was only now that Kaken was seeing what was hidden inside his heart? "I died," Izuku wanted to say. "I died, and the memories of my old world, of the people I love and who loved me, they're all gone. This world and this life is all I have left, and I am not even sure I get to keep the latter for long. I have never been worthless," he said instead, all the anger that should have died with a quirkless boy who was nothing more than fuel for someone else's pain saturating his every word. "I have never been useless. And I have never deserved all the shit you put me through." For a long moment, neither of the two boys moved, simply staring at each other. Izuku couldn't tell what Kaken was thinking. Maybe, just like him, he was remembering a time where they were friends, real friends who shared everything, and wondering how their relationship had managed to implode. Kaken opened his mouth, about to say something. Nothing came out as he saw something out of Izuku's field of vision. The green-haired boy turned away to see All Might, in his thin form, watching them, a somber expression on his face. He was close enough to have heard their conversation. Kaken left without looking back, angry now, because this was his go-to-go response to anything, while Izuku stayed where he was. He wasn't frozen in place. Instead, he was tired. Tired and acutely aware that he had just been caught kicking someone down, which was already bad enough, but All Might was the one who had watched this sorry scene. Taking one for all had come with a set of obligations that went beyond simply killing all for one. Izuku had accepted that he had to become a good hero. And a good hero would have been there for Kaken, no matter what had happened in the past, because he needed someone to listen to him, and that was enough of a reason to be helped. A good hero wouldn't have let anger distract him from the right path. And yet, Izuku opened his mouth, not to apologize but to try to explain, to try to make All Might understand that Kaken and him had a complicated past. No words came out because there was no word to describe the sheer complexity of a relationship based on hatred and admiration, on the memory of a friendship, and that wasn't even talking about the complex layer that Izuku's reincarnation added to the whole thing. All Might hugged him. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Izuku hugged him back, having the absolute certitude that he was safe in All Might's arms and that no judgment would be coming from him. On the next day, Izuku woke up to see the head of his father hovering over him, with an anxious look on it to boot. It surprised the teenager so much that he catapulted himself in a sitting position, and only a prodigious reflex from his father, he had a time reaction that could rival All Might's, prevented both of their heads from colliding. "What's happening?" Izuku asked, groggy. He had no idea of what time it was, but his alarm hadn't woken him up, which meant it was far too early. There had to be some kind of emergency, like someone's death or a national coffee shortage. Izuku prayed that it wasn't the latter. "I am concerned," his father declared. "You look exhausted. You should skip school today and get some rest." The teenager in his All Might onesie frowned, not understanding what was happening. Some laws of the universe had to be broken because, usually, it was the child asking for his parents to skip school, not the opposite. Though the Midoriyas, or at least Izuku's mom, had a very tranquil approach when it came to taking an impromptu day off. Not only did his mom not care when he skipped class to go to a con or an important event, but he was free to do whatever he wanted during the day, and he had no curfew. It was the first time that the thought of such a level of independence being unusual crossed his mind. His father put a hand on his forehand. His fingers were warm. "You feel feverish to me. Are you sure you don't want to stay home today?" "I am certain." His father sighed like Izuku was a horrible child who enjoyed playing with his father's poor nerves, and Izuku sympathized by going back to sleep for the next 20 minutes. There was a weight on Nedzu's chest as he picked up the phone. Today was the day Class 1A would go to the USJ. Today was Shigaraki Tamura's debut as a villain. 2 students and 1 teacher would die. Aizawa would be seriously injured. Aizawa answered the call after 2 rings and with an agonized noise due to the early hour. Nedzu opened his mouth to warn him to cancel today, to take a day off, whatever he wanted, really. A weight that defied reason fell on him, intangible but crushing his will the same way the weight of the world was crushing Atlas. And if it was really the will of the world, it was too big, too alien to understand. But if a mortal, though brilliant, mind had tried to translate the order his very being was given, it would have been something like this. "You cannot change fate." But Nedzu was no man to surrender without a fight to the whim of fate, and he fought, even as his mouth opened more on his own and warned Aizawa in a cheery voice not to forget his lesson with all might and 13 at the... He fought as Aizawa complained about him calling him so early in the morning. And when the will of the world finally let go of him at the end of the conversation, the principal put his head on the desk, exhausted and defeated. Nothing ever changed, no matter how hard he tried to save them. Nedzu was no man to pray to a higher power. But nothing prevented him from hoping that, this time, things would be different. Hisashi had just finished putting the last modification on the Numu when Tamura entered the lab. 20-year-old but looking older thanks to a mix of malnutrition and lack of socialization, all for one's heir, was trying to hide how nervous he was and had escaped the reunion of cheap villains that were going to follow him into the USJ today. He pretended not to notice his arrival and removed his hands from the Numu. It was an inconsequential change because that was all he was allowed to do. He could tinker, he could slightly push, but if he tried to implement a real change, the universe stopped him. But at least, Izuku wouldn't get injured at the USJ. Whatever would happen later, at Kamino, today he would have a protector. Sensei, Tamura said, trying and failing to hide the emotion in his voice. I didn't know if I was going to see you today. How could I miss your big day? Hisashi lied, his warm smile hidden by his helmet, put this morning specifically so Ujiko Kurojairi and Tamura wouldn't ask questions. The truth was that Hisashi had missed this day many times, sometimes because he had more important things to do, sometimes because he didn't have the motivation to get out of bed. I will make you proud, Tamura promised after a substantial hesitation, because he was scared of disappointing him. What Hisashi did then meant nothing. It was just another inconsequential change that he was allowed to do. His hand found the top of Tamura's head and he gently ruffled his hair, injecting warmth into his body language then into his words. I am already proud of you. The touch-starved boy who would be punched 100 ways into Sunday by all might to mock his grandmother's legacy leaned into the touch, happy and believing that Hisashi had his best interest at heart. Izuku was sitting in the bus, his mind swirling with thoughts and bouncing on the walls of his skulls as he tried to remember the content of a novel he had never read. He had messed up previously. He hadn't seen the intrusion in UA coming. When Uraraka had asked him if he knew something about it, some vague memories had hit him but he hadn't been able to tell if there were journalists or a villain attack. Because of that, he had lost some credibility, which was a problem since he wanted Ida to introduce him to Ingenium so he could warn him to avoid Hosu like the plague. And now, Izuku was sitting on a school bus, between Uraraka and Ida, and wondering what was going to happen. He was almost certain that the USJ was the next big event. However, it was only the third day of school. It seemed way too soon, especially for a story like Symbol of Victory which knew how to space itself. If there was a risk of a villain attack, logic dictated that he ought to warn them. But if he was wrong, just like the little boy who had cried wolf one too many times, they wouldn't believe him again. Izuku got to his feet, the bus taking a turn just at this moment, and he almost landed on Ida's lap who ordered him to sit back because it was dangerous to walk in a moving bus. Izuku apologized and made his way to Aizawa, who was sitting behind the bus driver. Sensei? The teenager asked. Where are we going? The erasure hero in his sleeping bag didn't even open his eyes. You will see. Yes, Izuku nodded. But I would like to know first. Midoriya, go back to your seat, sit down and stop bothering me. Izuku capitulated. He supposed that he would know soon enough if he was right. Aizawa Shoyuta realized he should have paid more attention to his one student who could see the future when he stepped down the bus. However, asking for clarifications now meant admitting that he had made a mistake and he simply wasn't a good enough person before 10 a.m. to do such a thing. It's only when Midoriya started to look around with a worried look on his face that he started to have an extremely bad feeling. He would tell me if something was wrong, wouldn't he? Instead, Midoriya asked 13 if they were in a place called the USJ and winced when they confirmed it. Oh, that's not good, the teenager said as he looked at the large door of the USJ like a monster was going to break through them from one moment to another. While not all students were convinced that Midoriya could indeed see the future, they had enough sense to heed such obvious warning signs and everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki took a step back. Midoriya, what have you seen? Shoyuta said, but the teenager, his phone in hand, held out a finger to warn him to wait. As he did, he walked to position himself right behind Bakugo, obviously using him as a human shield. You be yesterday, the blonde boy predictably exploded. Why are you hiding behind me? Because some of us do not have plot armor, Shoyuta thought he heard Midoriya say, but obviously he had to be wrong. What did you say? Because you're so awesome, Midoriya said in the fakest voice Shoyuta had ever heard. I believe in you, Kaken. You're so strong. Stop making fun of me. The boy looked like he was about to say something else, and Shoyuta suspected that it would be a stern no, but whoever he was calling finally picked up their phone. All Might, the teenager who had the phone number of the symbol of peace, no less, said. He didn't see either how Todoroki sharply turned his head towards him, like a shark who had just smelled blood in the water. I am sorry for bothering you, but I think it would be a good idea for you to come to the USJ immediately. No need to stop 3 times on your way here. There are other heroes who can rescue those hostages and handle the villains. Villains? Vi villains? 13 repeated, their voice reaching a pitch so high that it was admirable it didn't shatter any glass. Deku, Bakugo said quietly, now looking actually panicked. What freaking nonsense dash. There is a 50% chance that a bunch of villains are going to warp in here, separate us in different parts of the USJ and do their best to eliminate us, Midoriya casually informed All Might. Oh, and if that happens, Aizawa will get a pretty big concussion and his 2 arms broken. Shoyuta blinked, unsure if he ought to get mad that he was already assumed to be defeated by hypothetical villains before they even showed up, or simply very nervous because that was too many details for comfort. Worse, Eri will probably get very sad about it. It cut off. Midoriya winced again. He leaned on the side, doing his best to remain hidden behind Bakugo, and picked a rock left there in the dirt. Okay, since they already cancelled the lines of communication, it's happening. Ida, you might want to run to UA to warn the teachers so they can help. He never had the time to finish his sentence, and Ida never had the time to inform him he was probably insane because a dozen villains appeared through a mass of black fog inside the USJ. Shoyuta was acutely aware that there were only 2 pro heroes to protect 20 untrained and vulnerable hero students. They introduced themselves as the League of Villains, and one of them threw a spike at Bakugo. A warning shot, as the blonde boy stared the villain with a porcupine spike down, not even bothering to dodge as the spike barely missed him. It took nerves of steel and amazing senses to react this way when targeted by villains. Shoyuta, as he advanced towards the villain, a hand on his capture weapon, his goggles down, and his quirk already active, couldn't help but to be appreciative of such keen instinct. And he almost had a heart attack when Midoriya, still hidden behind Bakugo, threw his rock at the warper. The projectile, propelled with a power comparable to All Might's, shattered the warper's neck brace, immediately neutralizing him. Tsuyu didn't exactly remember how the villain covered in hands got so close to her. She just knew that she had been focused on other villains, and in the next moment, he was there, his hand reaching for her. She saw the moment the boy who kept talking about a harem jumped in front of her, between the villain and her. She had a hand on the back of his hero costume, trying to drag him back, but she hadn't reacted quickly enough. Tsuyu realized she was going to watch a classmate die in front of her. And then she felt something that shouldn't belong to this world. Pure energy passing too close from her, like a lightning barely contained inside something furious. Later, she would realize that the villain had been kicked with so much strength that he came close to breaking the sound barrier, and only the strange villain with his brain exposed catching him and somehow cushioning him prevented him from turning into bloody salsa. Midoriya Izuku, the boy who could see the future, was standing in front of Tsuyu and Mineta, and he didn't look human anymore. She could feel the sheer power roaring under his skin, and she had no doubt that no matter what happened, he wouldn't let anyone hurt them. I won't let you take them, he declared, green energy crackling around him, and Tsuyu had no doubt that this was less a warning and more a threat. But strangely enough, in this moment, Tsuyu had the certitude that the leader of the League of Villains wasn't the one Midoriya Izuku was talking to. I am here, All Might said a moment later as he burst through the USJ reinforced doors. The fight ended quickly after All Might arrived, every villain witnessing the sheer presence of the symbol of peace, realizing that they never should have gotten out of bed this morning. Izuku would have been content to stay on the side, his phone in hand to immortalize the whole thing, but a villain with dragonfly wings almost managed to escape before making the mistake of calling All Might, who was finishing off the Numu, a poser. Since Izuku didn't tolerate no slander, he chased him all the way up the USJ and caught him right as he was flying past the roof. Of course, Izuku then realized that he was not only stuck on a roof, which was bad enough, but he didn't even have a good angle to keep taking photos of the All Might vs Numu fight. Except for the one he took of the Numu being thrown through a roof, barely 3 meters away from him, so nice of All Might to allow him to take such a splendid picture. He would have to survive with the extremely limited amount of photos taken at the start of the fight. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami, called to the rescue by Shuji, this beautiful soul, were kind to help him get down from the very bad, horrible, awful, no-good roof. The USJ attack had ended with no student nor teacher injured. Every villain, except for Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogyri, had been apprehended. Young Midoriya had taken about 1 billion photos of Toshinori's fight with the Numu. The latter had even seemed to pause at some point when young Midoriya had complained that every photo of him was blurry, and he was currently sending all of them to Toshinori. Checking his phone during a crisis meeting was probably rude, but his successor's last phone call had made Toshinori inclined not to miss any of his messages, in case young Midoriya would once again casually announce a catastrophe about to happen in the next 30 seconds, no pressure to get there in time. I know we are all thinking it, but we are too scared of All Might to say it, Present Mike suddenly announced. What are you talking about? Why would you all be scared of me? Had they learned about what he had done to the president of Bright Future? Because not only was nothing he had done technically illegal, but he had extenuating circumstances. First, they were a quirk supremacist group. Second, they had used his image to promote their stupidity, and last, in a feat of absolute lethal stupidity, the man had approached him at a gala and confided that he thought quirkless people shouldn't have the same rights as normal people. But Present Mike said something even more shocking than the possibility of his colleagues discovering how petty the symbol of peace could be when pushed far enough. The Midoriya kid is Esius. What? Toshinori looked around the round table, waiting for someone to defend his boy, or at least for someone to tell Present Mike that he was wrong and maybe to go to Recovery Girl for a potential concussion, but everyone, except Nedzu, avoided looking him in the eyes. I hate to consider the idea of a student being a traitor, Midnight sighed. But the way he knew that a brand new organization was going to attack the USJ. What? Toshinori was usually more eloquent, but right now, his only thoughts, some horrible shrieking sound echoing inside his brain, could only be translated as, "You accuse my boy of being a traitor? You accuse my boy of being a lying liar who lies? Tartarus for all of you. Tartarus for 1,000 years. It's not the first time Midoriya sees the future in a chaotic way. Aizawa reminded them while Toshinori was trying to get his mentor instinct back under control. It's how I got my daughter. I agree, Nedzu added. Midoriya is no traitor. Shouldn't we call him and question him to learn more about his quirk? Snipe asked. Principal, aren't you curious? Nedzu put down his teacup on the table with so much strength that the fine china shattered, fuming tea spilling everywhere. No one dared to move. You are going to listen carefully to what I am saying because I am not going to repeat myself, the principal said, still holding the handle of what was once a cup, his voice low and his eyes too intense for comfort. Midoriya Izuku is free to do whatever he wants. We are not going to ask him anything about his quirk. And if any one of you puts me in a situation where I am forced to interact with that delightful, smart and full of potential student, I will make you pay for it. Toshinori had no idea of what this was about, but he believed in Nedzu's ability to follow through with threats. When Izuku came back home, he lasted about 15 minutes before he abandoned his worried parents. He went straight to his room, collapsed on the nap, and took a nap as the adrenaline wore off. He didn't know how long he slept, but one thing was certain. Whatever woke him up was awful, like someone had the audacity of trying to steal something that belonged to him. When he opened his eyes, he was growling and he had his teeth sunk in his father's forearm. His father stared at him, frozen. Izuku looked back and slowly let him go, his mouth tasting like expensive fabric. His teeth had managed to rip through the sleeve, but they hadn't drawn blood. I was checking if you wanted a snack, his father said. Izuku, feeling vaguely embarrassed, apologized and never realized that despite what he had said, his father's hands were empty despite the fact no helicopter parent worth the name would have come inside their child's room without the snack ready. In a way, it was Hisashi's fault. When Inko had called him to tell him that Izuku had stolen a hero-worthy quirk, he had taken her word for it. He hadn't wanted to check because his time with his son was limited and he didn't want it to be complicated with awkward questions such as, how come we have the same quirk as the dashing emperor of the underworld? Where did you get your own quirks? And so on. But no, despite what he was thinking, Izuku hadn't manifested all for one. He should have known something was strange since it would have been a first, but it had seemed more plausible than any other explanation. Another plate broke between Hisashi's fingers. Annoyed, the Emperor of the Underworld glared at the sink full of soapy water, threw the remains of the plates in the trash, and grabbed another. After Tamura had talked about his quirk, directly comparing it to All Might's, Hisashi had his suspicion, confirmed when he hadn't managed to examine Izuku's quirk once he was home. Izuku had one for all. Hisashi! Inko called from the chair. We have a dishwasher. I will buy a new set, he mumbled as his sponge went through another plate. Just give me a reference. I have several, his wife smiled. You deserve them all. He supposed it made sense. Togata Mirio, that joke, was often All Might's successor, but that wasn't always the case. There were about a dozen of other times where All Might had chosen someone else, such as Hawks, Mirko, he shuddered when he remembered that one, and once, Sorahiko. It had been a very long time, though, since the loop had allowed a successor that wasn't All Might too. He supposed that, at least, the quirk would be back in the family for this loop. And Izuku deserves to have the best All Might merch. Tensei offered the two boys something to drink and some snacks, but they both refused, offending his big brother instinct. However, since he was a hero, he bravely let go of it and tried to communicate an aura of friendliness and competency. After all, while it was obviously not the first time Tensei's little brother visited him at Idaiton, Tenya had practically been raised in this office, before their parents retired and Tensei claimed it, but it was the first time he brought a friend with him. Whatever happened during this meeting, it was Tensei's duty to act as the perfect big brother so Tenya's friends would be envious. Tenya and Midoriya Izuku shared a glance, not sure of how to start. While Midoriya seemed nervous, Tenya looked downright anxious and a little green. I suppose this is not a courtesy visit? Tensei smiled. It wasn't difficult to know why they were here. Tenya had told his big brother about his friend who could see the future and who had even predicted the villain attack of the USJ. The green-haired boy took a deep breath. I need you to listen to me, he said, his eyes burning with an intensity that made Tensei slightly uncomfortable. You're fated to die in Hosu. The hero killer will ambush you and kill you. Tensei took a moment to assimilate this information. Usually, he wouldn't even have taken this kind of warning in consideration because yes, even if quirks that could predict the future existed, they were exceedingly rare and most of the time, people were lying about their abilities. But this was Tenya's friend, who seemed really worried about him, and who had a confirmed precognition quirk. So he immediately believed that Midoriya really thought he was in danger. I don't know exactly when it will happen, but I am certain it will be right before the sport festival, the boy continued. Please, don't go in Hosu for a week until the festival is over. Idaiton wasn't in Hosu, but it was the town right next to it, and he was often patrolling there. I will be careful, Tensei promised. Thank you for warning me. Tenya and Midoriya immediately looked relieved and they completely failed to notice that Tensei hadn't said he wouldn't avoid Hosu. He was warned. He was a trained pro-hero. Stain was so efficient because he attacked by surprise. He would be fine. After all, Tensei didn't believe in fate. One created their own future. After a productive morning where Aizawa explained to them that the sport festival would still happen for what Izuku suspected to be monetary reasons, the budget for Nedzu's giant robots had to come from somewhere. The class exit was blocked by a horde of students from other courses. Izuku panicked for half a second, convinced that he had forgotten another emergency, then took a closer look at the students and realized that this was just the typical shounen posturing scene before a big event. Some of them were going to challenge students from 1A and Kaken was going to remind them that they had already failed to get into the hero course once, so why did they think they would do better this time? All right, you extras, Kaken declared, obviously not caring a bit about a crowd wanting to evaluate the competition. If you think you can integrate this course, be my guest. As far as I'm concerned, any loser who gets their places taken by one of you never deserved to have it in the first place. He did it. Izuku's inner nerd rejoiced. He said the canon line. I have to say, I'm a little disillusioned if that's all you have to offer, someone answered in the crowd. Since Izuku wasn't needed, he grabbed his notebook and went through his notes while waiting for the exit to be cleared out. Yaoyorozu didn't share that wisdom and vainly tried to pass until Jairu, small but fierce, marched and stomped her way out, her friend right behind her. This will be the perfect chance for us to knock you out of your pedestal. Consider this a declaration of war. Izuku raised his head from his notebook as he recognized another canon line. The one who had been talking to Kaken was a student from Gen Ed, with wild purple hair and dark circles under his eyes. Melancholy hit him like a truck. If Sora had been his favorite character, his best friend had been a Shinso Hitoshi fan through, and she had written a 97 chapters fanfiction where he was the main character. She had been fascinated with his quirk, by the implications about his backstory, and really, could actually be considered a stan. Izuku didn't remember her best friend's name or face, but those details were engraved in his memory. But I don't see why you're acting so arrogant when you're not even the valedictorian, his Blorbo-in-law added. Don't you think that you should at least be the strongest one in your class before you call others extras? Kaken became very still and Izuku mentally made a whistling noise because both Shinso and whoever the valedictorian was this year were going to be Kaken's #1 target now. Who was it again? Todoroki? Yaoyorozu? Or one of the others recommended students in 1B? It took him a couple of seconds to realize that everyone was now looking at him and even longer to remember that since recommended students were out of the ranking, he was the one who had ranked first at the entrance exam. Those stares slightly overwhelmed him and he clammed up, wondering if he could go back to write in his notebook or if escaping through the window was the most polite alternative that didn't involve any sort of social interaction right now. Fortunately, another student opened his mouth, moving the script forwards without Izuku's help. Hey, I'm from 1B, next door. A student, with amazing eyelashes that had to be the future Iron, even though it probably wasn't his future hero name, despite what countless fanfictions claimed, yelled from the back. I heard you guys fought some villains and I wanted to find out more. But all I see are arrogant BSers who are letting the fame that comes with fighting villains already get to their heads. Izuku put his pen down and gave Tetsu a flat look. Coincidentally, all noises of conversation died down, silence taking hold of the class and the hallway, but Izuku didn't notice any of it. His undivided attention was focused on one person and right now, the rest didn't exist. What Izuku next said was something he could only immediately answer to because he had read dozens of fanfictions giving him a script, so to speak, on how to react to that kind of stupidity. Kaken might be arrogant, brash, and have the social grace of a starving lion at mealtime, Izuku admitted. You be yesterday. But I find you far worse, as a hero student, for forgetting that a villain attack is not a chance to get famous. It wasn't a fun experience for us. We were outnumbered by people who wanted us dead. We're not lucky to have defeated villains, we are lucky to have survived those villains. I am not expecting any empathy from you, but if you can't understand this key difference, I would suggest you re-evaluate your career choice. To his credit, Tetsu, when he was finally able to speak, for some reason he had frozen up like a deer in the headlights, did apologize for his poor choice of words. The rest of the crowd was finally starting to leave and Izuku was back to his notebook because under all this ice-skate side character bravado, he was made of anxiety and not used to social interactions. There were moments where quirks were simply better than people and this was one of those. Midoriya? Ida asked since the green-haired teenager had accidentally stared at him with too much intensity. Are you okay? Sorry, I was wondering what would happen to your quirk if someone tampered with your orange juice. Ida made a funny face. How do you know I need orange juice to fuel my quirk? The rest of my family needs to consume grape juice. I have approximate knowledge of many things. Izuku summarized his superpower in the most honest way possible. Curiously enough, this got people moving. Tokoyami, Ashido, Kaminari and Mineta surrounded him like a bunch of teenage members of the mafia while what looked like an empty set of girl uniform dashed across the class. War Council. Hagakure screamed at the top of her invisible lungs before slamming the door of Class 1A shut, almost cutting the arm of someone from Gen Ed, which probably was not going to make their reputation any better. Does that mean that you know everyone's quirks? Not everyone, Izuku shrugged. Just 1A, 1B and 3 people in the other courses. Mainly the people who made it to the last round of the sport festival. There was very limited wisdom for a hero student to broadcast their quirk. The advantage of surprise was very real and it was often what was winning fights. Back when this whole thing was simply a story, the consensus was that UA, whose students often ranked high once they became pro-heroes, deprived them of said advantage early so they would learn to fight in the same conditions as a top tenor who would have their quirk known by all for a while. Izuku's best friend has a simpler explanation. UA didn't care. Most students in the hero course had simple and straightforward quirks, and it simply didn't matter if people learned about how they worked. Can you make us a list? Mineta asked. Oh no. No, I can't. Izuku vehemently refused. That would simply be too cruel. That is already an unfair advantage for me to have so if I told the whole class. No, just no. Are all those secrets written in that notebook of yours? Kaminari asked. Many of those quirks were indeed written in there, and Hakigure managed to snatch the notebook from Izuku's hand, but, to their hilarious disappointment, they found out that everything in this specific notebook was written in steno precisely so he wouldn't accidentally reveal some crippling weakness to the wrong person. The rest of his notebooks weren't encrypted in any way, but that was why they were left at home, on his nightstand. Yes, he was aware that it would be better to put them in his vault, but it wasn't like any villain would ever get access to his room. Tokoyami almost managed to turn the tides of the impressive free-for-all when he declared he could read steno, but once he got the notebook in his hands, he admitted there might be a second layer of encryption, until Izuku disabused him and informed him that his handwriting was just a mess. In the end, Izuku stole his notebook back and escaped through the window. It was simpler, and Ida was kind enough to inform the horrified students that his quirk allowed him to survive a fall from the 3rd floor. Right before he chased Izuku down and gave him a talk about how recklessly jumping from windows was no hero behavior. Izuku was willing to admit that between the training to get better with One for All, he had one hell of a deadline before Kamino, keeping up with the lessons in UA, discovering a YouTuber with extremely good hero analysis content and watching every video in his channel in a night, and the latest pressure that came with the sport festival, he was quite a bit tired. But he didn't want to be rude, so at lunch, around a table that he was sharing with Ida, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu and Jairu, he did his best to follow the conversation and to make the right noises at the right time. Jairu was explaining that after they had managed to leave the classroom, other students had still decided to make snide remarks about 1A and that she had lost her cool when one of them had, albeit accidentally, pushed Yaoyorozu. It's already not easy to keep your cool when someone bothers your classmate, but I can't imagine the challenge it suddenly represents when that classmate is your girlfriend. Izuku absent-mindedly nodded along. He didn't expect for Jairu's glass to crack in her hand. Neither did he expect Uraraka to loudly gasp, hands in front of her mouth, horror all over her face. Meanwhile, Ida paled while Yaoyorozu blushed until her face was lobster red. We're not together, Yaoyorozu managed to say, even though it sounded like her soul was trying to escape her body every time she opened her mouth. Oh no. He had seen so many fan arts. And now that he thought about it, he didn't know if this was a confirmed ship or if they just weren't together yet. I meant girlfriend as in a friend who also happens to be a girl, he desperately tried to backpedal. Midoriya, Jairu growled. He didn't know that a human and non-mutated throat could make this kind of sound charged with pure menace. Did you just spoil me who my first significant other will be? I could be wrong. It's worse. Jairu roared. Izuku was once again forced to escape through a window. Sadly, since they were on the 1st floor, Jairu chased him down. Of course, since Izuku had a legendary quirk that granted him incredible strength and speed, she didn't manage to catch him, but alas, she had the ability to find him wherever he stopped, and she simply refused to stop chasing him down, showing remarkable stamina for someone who had thrown up at the last PE class during the test of effort. Izuku didn't have the luxury to stop until it was time for the next class, and even then, he could feel her staring holes in his back during the math class with ectoplasm. The teenager was considering the witness protection program when, as the class ended, Yaoyorozu and Jairu disappeared for a short moment. Izuku didn't know what they talked about, but they came back with their fingers brushing together, and Jairu was smiling for the rest of the afternoon. Tensei was on patrol in another town when he was called in Hosu to help grab a villain who had forced the local heroes in a high-speed chase. One of his sidekicks immediately called for backup from Idayton because Tensei had mentioned Midoriya's prediction and all of his coworkers had taken it deadly seriously and refused to leave him alone until the hero killer was stopped. And that wasn't even talking about his mom, who had threatened to ground him until he retired if he didn't take adequate precautions when he was near Hosu. The villain was caught quickly. The hero they had helped offered them to celebrate the capture, but no one in Idayton wanted to stay longer than necessary in Hosu. The night has fallen when they hurried out of Hosu. And as they did, they heard someone calling for help from inside a dark alley. On the day of the sport festival, Toshinori found young Midoriya hidden in a deserted hallway, yellow headphones over his ears and his eyes staring at a point in the distance. He would have seemed relaxed if it wasn't for his hands, moving as if he was taking invisible notes. Toshinori sat next to him, so they would be shoulder to shoulder. Well, in young Midoriya's case, his head to Toshinori's shoulder. Barely. They didn't say anything. They didn't need to. Toshinori could feel the tension going through his successor, just like he could feel him slowly taking control of the furious maelstrom of stray thoughts going through his mind. I cannot promise that I will win, young Midoriya finally said, like he was admitting a great sin. Toshinori smiled. No one among the teachers doubted that young Midoriya would be the one to win the sport festival. Not only did he have the most powerful quirk in the hero course, but he was becoming extremely good at controlling it. And yet, this boy was crushed by the expectations placed on him. It's all right if you don't win, Toshinori said. I just expect you to do the best you can. Midoriya, Shudo called the green-haired boy as soon as he tried to sneak back from what had to be a meeting with All Might. He paused, one foot still in the air and surprise all over his face. For someone who could see into the future, and after the USJ and several other accidents, Shudo was willing to admit he had been wrong to doubt this power. He often seemed taken aback when people talked to him out of the blue. You might be stronger than me, Shudo was willing to admit. And for all I know, you are already aware of who will win in the sport festival. But today, I still intend to beat you. He expected Midoriya to accept his challenge, to be humble or even embarrassed. Shudo didn't really care. All that mattered was that the boy was warned that Shudo would be going after him today. But instead, the boy tried to contain a smile and failed to do so, stunning Shudo for a moment. Midoriya's smile was unlike anything he had seen before. It wasn't fake, for there was joy in this expression and his eyes were sparkling, even greener than before, but there was something savage and slightly dangerous in his expression, turning an objectively cute face into a just as objectively beautiful one. You're right, Todoroki. Let's all do our best today. In this moment, Shudo was certain of two things. Midoriya wasn't the one supposed to win the sport festival. But that apparently wouldn't stop him from trying to get the #1 spot. Every valedictorian was expected to give a speech before the start of the sport festival. Izuku had watched it every year since he was old enough to form lasting memories, and not a year had passed without him entertaining the thought of being the one on that stage. As he climbed, feeling the stares of thousands of people and being crushed by the invisible gaze of the entire nation watching him through their television, his fists were clenched as he tried to contain the nervous energy buzzing inside him. Some of it was anxiety. Most of it was excitement, for he had realized something during his conversation with All Might. Yes, expectations were placed on him. Yes, people he knew and didn't want to disappoint were watching him. But in the grand scheme of everything, the sport festival didn't amount to much. The stakes were at their lowest. No one's life would be ruined through it or if Izuku made a mistake. He was free not to worry about it. He was free to enjoy it. Izuku approached the mic, his heart beating madly in his chest. He was in a fantasy modern world, with the most beautiful quirk that had ever existed, in a hero school. How many people back in his own world daydream about living through something like this? We are lucky enough to be in one of the best hero schools in the country. Netsu's offended shriek echoed through the entire stadium, but he quickly put his paws in front of his mouth to smother it. I mean, the best hero school of the country, Izuku corrected himself. So I believe we must use this occasion to give our all and to have as much fun as we can. Inko whimpered and hid her face in her husband's shoulder as her son demonstrated that his idea of Fun was to detonate as many bombs as he could gather in order to surf on the ensuing explosion. Her husband, unworthy father that he was, didn't stop eating popcorn. Inko, open your eyes. He is about to do something even more amusing. Inko pointedly did not open her eyes, but it didn't matter. The noise of a second explosion reached her anyway. Then a third. Is he alive? She asked between gritted teeth. He is, her husband confirmed a moment before Present Mix's voice announced her son as the victor. I am slightly more impressed that the Todoroki boy and the rabid one survived it. I have rarely seen people so high in the sky without some sort of flying quirks. Good, Inko snarled. Because as soon as he gets back home, I am going to kill him myself for scaring me so much. Her husband laughed and kissed her on the top of the head, a devious and nefarious ploy to distract her from her rightful anger and to save that awful son who took after his father. She opened her eyes in time to see the son of Endeavor and Katsuki, slightly scorched and looking like they had just gone through hell, running past the finish line and after her son, with the obvious intent of strangling him. When Ida told him that he couldn't be in his team because he was considering a rival, Izuku didn't worry. When Uraraka informed him that she already had a team, he didn't worry either. When half of the class waved at him with mocking smiles and reminded him of his lack of team spirit, when he had refused to share any information about the sport festival, he realized that he should have kept his big mouth shut. Bet you didn't see that coming, seer boy? Kaminari called as Izuku was still looking for teammates. It's too bad how you will manage to pull through in the cavalry battle only to immediately lose against Vine, the green-haired teenager informed him. You can't just say that to people, Midoriya. Minoma had just finished hissing at him for daring to suggest he got with people from 1B when someone gently tapped his shoulder. Izuku turned to see Shuji towering over him. Midoriya, if you don't have a team, how about we become allies? Izuku barely refrained from jumping into Shuji's arms and cried every tear in his body instead. And he was a Midoriya, so people quickly started to back away to avoid the flood. Once he was done thanking Shuji a dozen of times, they acquired 2 other teammates with Azui. She wandered too close and was promptly snatched, and Tokoyami, Izuku had chased him all over the arena and snatched him from an enraged Hagakure. They were ready to win. Now, for the results of the second event, I will let my favorite CO host speak. Present Mike, for which a microphone was redundant, announced. In the first place, a little girl then said, unable to contain her sheer delight, Izuku. And Shuji. And Tsuyu. And Fumikage. Izuku wasn't certain on how he found himself alone with Todoroki. Well, of course, he knew that Todoroki has wanted to talk and asked him to follow him to what amounted to a secondary location where no one would hear him scream if he got stabbed or something, and that Izuku had nervously followed him because he didn't want to admit that he didn't know what Todoroki wanted, and since he was the one who had called him out on his quirk being a lie, he didn't want to give him additional ammo. But now, Izuku was just wondering why he hadn't just lied and said that he didn't have the time or something. You can indeed see the future, Todoroki said, his eyes staring into Izuku's very soul, and he apparently wasn't impressed with what he was seeing. I suppose that you know about my family and my oath? Izuku didn't wish to tell him about Dabi right before the one-on-one tournament because it seemed underhanded to drop such an emotional bomb on someone at a time where they needed to be focused, but if Shudo straight up asked him the question, he didn't think he had it in him to lie to his face. Yes, Izuku admitted. I know. Hold on for just a moment, please. Izuku left, feeling Todoroki's gaze burning a hole in his back, but he still checked right around the corner, and just as he expected, he found Kaken right there. I'm afraid that this is a private conversation, Izuku gently but firmly told him. Kaken stared at him for a moment, then at where Todoroki would be if he could see through walls, only to scoff and leave. Back in the web novel, Sora had been the one to push Todoroki to open up and to lure Bakugo to this place so he would hear a tale about hero corruption. Izuku had very vague memories of Kaken and Todoroki talking in a similar setting, but he was certain that he knew this scene through Bakudo fan arts and fanfics, which weren't known to be the most reliable. He paused, wondering if by chasing Kaken he had broken a ship flag or something. Bakudo had been one of the most popular ships before Todoroki's death. There should be some kind of interaction between them to justify it, shouldn't it? Should he ask Kaken to come back? You aren't allowed to flee this conversation. Todoroki calmly called him from inside the tunnel. Well, that settles it. I know the general outlines of your situation but not the details, Izuku explained as he came back and put his back to the wall, before looking at Todoroki. Yes, while he wasn't interested in any ships that weren't involving Sora, he understood why the Bakudodo shippers had been so powerful. If one was into beautiful faces and even more beautiful quirks, Izuku could hardly judge them for liking Todoroki. Is there something you want to know? Izuku asked him. The teenager braced himself to gently inform Todoroki that his big brother was alive and wanted him dead because of unresolved daddy issues. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Todoroki said instead, making Izuku's brain implode in less than 8 words. Izuku didn't physically keel over under the impact of this question, but only because he was frozen in shock. Pure panic, astonishment, and just the need to run from the situation screamed inside him as the image of Todoroki as a stoic and serious character shattered inside him. Was that in the light novel too? No, impossible. I would have seen the memes from space. Any person with a somewhat sane brain would have laughed it off or pterodactyl screeched, but Izuku was a reincarnation with an approximate knowledge of what could be perceived as 2 parallel universes. His brain could be qualified with all the adjectives in the dictionary except for sane. So, in this moment, as Todoroki was looking at him with beautiful eyes that were trying to gaze into his very soul, and as he had the look of someone who thought to have connected the 2 dots, Izuku thought, what if? What a plot twist it would be for the side character fated to die to be All Might's BSTRD child. It would mean that not only had All Might died at Kamino, but he had also been unable to save his own son. What a way to twist the knife. But Izuku had 2 parents. He didn't think they had it in them to cheat on each other, but there were other explanations. Adoption, them not being together at the time of Izuku's birth, and so on. His father had spent a lot of time in America. Maybe All Might had given his friend, Midoriya Hisashi, an unexpected child, to be raised with love and in a safe place. His common sense gently slapped him to get his attention, reminding him that he looked like his mom, hair and eye color included, and he had his father's curls and hands, funnily enough. He realized that Todoroki had been waving his hand in front of his face for a while, now looking very concerned. It's highly improbable and I am going to say no for now, unless you know something I don't, Izuku finally answered. It's not exactly far-fetched, Todoroki said, a little on the defensive now. Your quirks feel extremely similar. That pressure was enough to make me break my oath. Yes, about that? Izuku mentally winced. Todoroki, you have every right to hate your father, but you shouldn't hate your flames. The terrifying boy gave him what he probably intended to be a flat look, but which was definitely a glare. I thought you knew what he had done. I do. I know what he put your family through just for his obsession of surpassing All Might. But it's your quirk. And you're going to need it if you want to become stronger. The air around them lost 5 degrees at once, goosebumps breaking on Izuku's arms because of the abrupt loss of temperature. Todoroki warned Izuku, furious like he had never witnessed the character of Todoroki Shudo before. Izuku had made a mistake. If they had just been arguing about the logic of the situation, Izuku would have easily convinced Todoroki that he was making a mistake in refusing his flames. But there was nothing logical about this. This was about trauma and self-hatred and Todoroki not being able to live with his father winning in some way because he had ruined the lives of so many family members to make sure Todoroki and half-cold half-hot could surpass All Might. And now, Todoroki couldn't understand how Izuku, despite knowing what he had gone through, still wanted him to forego his determination and to let Endeavor win. I just wanted to say that no matter what your connection to All Might is, I will rise above you with just my right side, Todoroki positively snarled as he left without looking back. I will become the #1 hero without having to use his flames. But maybe it wasn't Izuku's role to make him understand. Maybe he was just supposed to warn him. Do you want to know your future, Todoroki Shudo? Todoroki paused but didn't look back, simply waiting for Izuku to say what he had to say. So Izuku obliged. You're going to die because you haven't mastered your frames. Someone with more will is going to fight you, someone you probably could have defeated, But by the time you accept to break your oath to survive, it will be too late. The flames that could have saved you won't be powerful enough and you will die. For a moment, the boy fated to die at the hands of his own brother stayed quiet. He never looked back at Izuku. And when he talked again, anger was saturating the 3 words that engraved themselves in Izuku's mind. So be it. Memory worked in a funny way. He was in UA and talking to Todoroki. He was on the stairs leading to the roof of Aldera, his entire body puppeteered by a force that couldn't be defeated, but only delayed. His feet were moving on their own, despite all of his efforts to just stop, to not take another step because he was all too aware of what was waiting for him. He was in Aldera and terror was saturating his every cell because he was about to kill himself, not out of despair but because fate had decided that this was the path he had to take. Izuku was in UA, in a tunnel that was now showing a large crack all over the wall and a crater where his fist, helped by full cowl, had almost punched a hole through the reinforced concrete. He didn't remember summoning his quirk. He was, however, vaguely aware that he had chosen to move his hand, in the vain hope of destroying that memory, of preventing it from ever haunting him again. Todoroki was looking at him, now, shock showing on his face. "How dare you?" When Izuku talked again, his voice was unrecognizable. "How dare you just accept your fate? How dare you just shrug at the idea of fate ending you on a whim? This morning, you told me that you didn't care what the future had in hold and that you would fight anyway. And now this." He raised his head and whatever Todoroki saw on his face, it almost made him take a step back. "Prepare yourself, Todoroki. I am going to destroy you." Yaoyorozu Momo was not spying on her classmates. What she was doing was the opposite of spying on them. When Hagakure had pointed out that Midoriya and Todoroki were disappearing somewhere together and she had worried that a fight might break out, so Ashido and Hagakure had declared that they ought to spy on them in order to make sure nothing against school regulations happened, so Jiraiya had been forced to grab them by the back of their shirt and to drag them away from where the 2 boys were talking. Ashido, who was far stronger than she looked, had almost managed to break free when Todoroki emerged from wherever he had been, looking even angrier than usual. The 3 girls immediately started to act natural, but since Momo let go of them with no warning, it failed as the 3 of them fell to the ground. Todoroki didn't even seem to notice them and left, which was for the best because Momo's pride was wounded enough as it was. "What happened?" Ashido asked, a hound who had smelled some potential juicy gossip. "Why is he so sad?" Momo didn't have to hazard a guess as Midoriya appeared at this moment and all air left her lungs as the pressure in the air was now saturated with pure rage. Todoroki being angry wasn't surprising since he wasn't the most serene person from the beginning, but Midoriya, except for his occasional moments where he casually exposed groundbreaking revelations, was a sweetheart at his core. Ashido and Hagakure were frozen solid, not even daring to interrogate him on what had happened, while Momo kept thinking about how, in half an hour, Midoriya was going to have his first match. Momo had seen Midoriya slap a villain through a wall during the USJ. No one knew the setup of the match yet, except maybe Midoriya himself, but Midoriya's first opponent was at a very real risk of ending in the hospital now. So, true hero that she was, she took the remedy that every member of the Yaoyorozu family had on them when they were about to succumb to hypoglycemic rage. "Midoriya," she ran to him, showing the candy bar. "You look weak. Why don't you take a Snicker?" Midoriya, his voice choked in anger, thanked her and angrily ate the Snicker, then another. As soon as he saw who he was going to be fighting in his first match, Shinso Hitoshi crossed the crowd and reached the green-haired boy, making sure to stay behind him, out of sight, as he called out to him. "Midoriya Izuku, that's you, isn't it?" Hitoshi asked, his quirk already active. Startled, the green-haired boy opened his mouth before he even turned to see who it was, only to stop himself. Slowly, he turned towards Hitoshi, his eyes glowing with amusement. Hitoshi's worst fears were now confirmed. The boy with a seer quirk knew how Hitoshi's quirk worked. "I just wanted to see who I was going to fight," Hitoshi lied. Yet again, Midoriya made sure not to answer him. On the left, Midoriya Izuku, the man who dominated the first and second events. Verse. Shinsu Hitoshi, from the General Studies. "Izuku, when you can do it." Eri, please, try to pretend to be impartial. What does impartial mean? When Sora had fought Shinso Hitoshi, she had fallen under his quirk in a second, but just as she was about to walk out of bounds, she had stabbed herself in the tights with one of her feathers. This was a moment that had marked Tumblr, as this was the first time her mask had fallen, revealing a predator and something a little too animal about her to completely succumb to brainwashing. Izuku simply had knowledge of a fascinating quirk that only activated once the target answered the holder. I guess you're friends with the monkey, so why don't you explain to me what kind of dumbass throws away a chance like that? Izuku calmly walked toward Shinso. I'm jealous of your quirk. Not only can you see into the future, but you have super strength? You were born to walk the heroic path, while people like me can't even hope to walk through the golden gates. Shinso should have run while Izuku was still giving him the opportunity to. He never should have allowed him to close the distance between them so easily, and he seemed to realize his mistake as he raised his arm, but Izuku easily grabbed him by the front of his shirt. That was sturdy UA fabric that held on as Izuku lifted Shinso from the ground with ease. Izuku started moving towards the border of the arena, and Shinso went ballistic. He tried to punch him and kick him, clawing at Izuku's arm because it was the only thing he could reach, obviously hoping to make him cry out from the pain. At no point did Izuku use his quirk. Say something, Shinso roared. At the same time, Izuku delicately put him down, just out of bounds. As soon as the purple sneakers touched the ground again, it was like all energy was drained from the teenager. Even though Izuku hadn't used any strength to make him lose his balance, Shinso fell to his knees, his face slack and a haunted look in his eyes as something inside him was being crushed. Warm blood was flowing on Izuku's arm, and Shinso's fingers were covered in it. I am going to tell you something, and I would like you to hear me out with an open mind, and while keeping in mind that my quirk gives me some very weird knowledge, Izuku implored. Shinso didn't say anything. It didn't even look like he was listening to him, but Izuku didn't need a quirk to know that he would hear every word. One couldn't escape the crushing agony of remembering every agonizing details of the worst day of their life. Izuku would know. You cannot fathom the number of people who are rooting for you, he told Shinso. You cannot imagine the number of people for who you are incredibly important. The purple-haired boy slowly raised his head, incomprehension all over his face, and Izuku could hardly blame it for it. How do you explain to someone that he is loved by so many people from another universe? How does one begin to describe the fervent emotion that was born out of Shinso's very existence, making people create things out of love just to include him in them? Also, your quirk is incredible, would be so useful both in rescue and used against villains, but please, start working out, Izuku awkwardly added. You need stamina and physical strength to be a hero student, and by the time you will be admitted to the hero course, it will be too late to work on that. It was a mistake Izuku himself would have made without all might. He had assumed that UA, after seeing its students' potential, would put them into shape, but he had been surprised to discover that while the students had access to state-of-the-art facilities, there was no focus on any physical training. If he still had his old Tumblr account, he would have dropped a message into a big fandom name, maybe the deer-shaped one, and waited to have a long meta detailing exactly why UA was a hell school. For some reason, Izuku's advice had made Shinso flinch, but his eyes. Now, there was something between hope and awe in them. Izuku outstretched his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Shinso took it, his fingers smearing Izuku's own blood on the back of his hand, and Izuku helped him get back to his feet. Hitoshi walked out of the arena in a daze, not sure if Midoriya realized what he had told him. By the time you will be admitted to the hero course, it will be too late to work on that. This man had just casually admitted that despite his F-up, he would become a hero student. He would have walked straight into a wall if his classmates hadn't called out to him, congratulating for lasting so long against the same man who had almost ended Bakugo and Todoroki during the obstacle race. It slowly brought him back to reality, allowing him to hear his classmates' encouragement and the actual heroes impressed that a student from Get Ed had managed to last so long. You cannot fathom the number of people who are rooting for you. Yes, Hitoshi thought he was starting to see what Midoriya was talking about. Todoroki Shudo was still reeling over his conversation with Midoriya when he had the unpleasant surprise of seeing his old man waiting for him on his way to his first match. His fist clenched on its own, the fire in his left side wanting to rise, but he was used to smothering it. Endeavor spouted his usual nonsense and Shudo's thoughts went back to Midoriya. Either he didn't really know what he had gone through or Shudo had completely misjudged him, as no one in their right mind could expect him to just accept doing what Endeavor wanted for him. "I will win this with Mom's power," he warned the number 2 hero. "I will never use your power in battle. That may be good enough while you're still in school, but you will reach your limits soon enough." Those words, echoing what Midoriya had told Shudo, made his anger burn ever stronger. Then he had no choice but to show them. Midoriya might be more powerful than him, but he had more training and more skills when it came to using his quirk. He would annihilate him during their match, and he would only use his ice to do so. He emerged into the arena, swearing to himself that the next person to talk to him about his flames would sorely regret it. Seeing the intense look on Todoroki's face, Shirohanta couldn't help an attempt at lightening the mood. "Well, don't you look fired up, Midoriya? Are we friends?" Shiro, sitting under an extraordinary amount of blankets, asked. While Izuku still remembered how Shiro had laughed at him when he had asked if he could join his team, he wasn't petty enough to kick a frozen man down. "Yeah." The mass of blankets that Shiro had become pointed at the arena with a shivering finger. "Then you go there and you beat his butt." "Will do," Izuku nodded. Izuku was stopped on his way to put Todoroki into the ground by another Todoroki who appeared in front of him in all his fire hazard glory and in what the teenagers suspected to be a plot-contrived coincidence. "Ah, there you are," Endeavor greeted him. The flames coming from him didn't give off much heat, which was good for people like Izuku who weren't fireproof, but the teenager wondered why someone whose main weakness was overheating insisted on using them for his costume. It might be a way to increase his heat resistance, or it might be something else entirely. If his best friend had been next to him, she would have guessed that it was a pitiful attempt to hide that he couldn't grow a decent beard. "I have my eyes on you," Endeavor told him. "Your quirk is remarkable. Maybe even on par with All Might's. And I was told that you can look into the future." Izuku braced himself for being asked once again if he was All Might's secret love child. "My boy, Shudo, has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will be a valuable test. So give it your all. Put up a good fight against him." Izuku's eyes narrowed, suddenly empathizing far more with Todoroki's oath. There was a part of him that wanted to forfeit just to spite Endeavor, and he wasn't living under the same roof as this man. "That's all I had to say," Endeavor declared as he left. "Sorry for my bluntness." Endeavor was truly a fascinating character, and his redemption arc had made the tragedy of what had happened to his family even more poignant. Just as he was taking the steps to make things better, just as he was proving himself worthy of the position of number 1 and sacrificing himself in order to stop All for One, all of his efforts had been literally incinerated. Izuku had enjoyed reading fics and metas about him. It didn't change the fact that he was the man responsible for the tragedy that would befall his entire family. The same fics that Izuku had read gave him the perfect script to call Endeavor and all the harm he had caused out. But since Endeavor would be needed soon enough, Izuku considered it was his duty to put him on the path that would make him pull his head out of his butt. "Endeavor," Izuku called. The steps of the number 2 hero stopped, letting a silence charged with tension hang between them. "While you will be useful in the future, I simply do not have the time for your character development to kick in, so I would get straight to the point. Your eldest son is alive, roaming around covered in scars, piercings and whatever Hot Topic has in its goth section, and his greatest ambition in life is to kill your youngest in front of you in order to make you suffer." Endeavor made a noise like he had just been punched in the chest. "I don't know where he lives, but your safest bet to find him is probably to go looking around cheap hair salons," Izuku added as he left. "That's all I had to say. Sorry for my bluntness." Endeavor made a sizzling sound, which was all the warning Izuku got before heat touched his back. He made one incredible jump in order to get the hell out of the way, but he would find out later that he didn't need to, as the heat source was very localized and wouldn't have hurt him. It probably said a lot about his life that he panicked not because of the raging inferno behind him but because he was scared that if anyone saw that he was surprised by it, people would doubt his fake prophetic powers and would stop listening to him when he tried to prevent them from getting killed. However, despite what the lizard living in his brain had claimed, it turned out that Endeavor hadn't tried to kill him for sassing him. Instead, the incandescent hero, obviously in a state of shock, was accidentally generating a restrained but focused circle of fire that was starting to melt the ground. Until it completely melted said ground and Endeavor fell underground, in what had to be Nezu's secret tunnels. He showed no sign of getting out of his fiery shocked state, not even when the fire alarm started to ring and Izuku was promptly drenched by the sprinklers. Izuku panicked, his hands on his skull in a vain attempt to keep the sheer chaos of the situation contained inside his head. I broke the number 2 hero. A moment later, All Might, in all of his symbol of peace glory, burst through a wall. Young Midoriya. I am here. He looked around, saw the hole that Endeavor's flames had made, and the sheer confusion on his face almost made Izuku weep as he had left his phone and the camera on it in his locker, preventing him from immortalizing All Might's expression to add it to his collection. Todoroki, who should have been waiting in the arena for Izuku, found his way there about 3 seconds later at full speed. He somehow managed to throw a glance at All Might where he somehow clearly communicated that he was on to them and stopped right before falling into the Endeavor-shaped crater. Unlike All Might, who was obviously wondering what the hell was going on, Todoroki's face indicated that he had understood what had happened and he was now looking at his father with an expression that all teenagers were forced to make several times in their life and which could be roughly translated as, "God damn it, Dad, you're so embarrassing." Izuku was actually feeling guilty now. The match was delayed long enough to bring the number 2 hero to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl immediately clocked his state as a case of Midoriya-related shock, which was absolutely unfair because it wasn't like Izuku was at the source of some kind of outbreak. If people can't handle a couple of spoilers, they probably should retire from the pro-hero life. By the time Izuku assured a very worried Todoroki that he knew he hadn't sent his father to intimidate him, the idea hadn't even crossed Izuku's mind, the green-haired teenager was finally able to admit that he had let his anger get the better of him. There was a slight possibility that dying, being ice-skate, and living in a constant state of near-death experience had left him slightly on edge. However, since he was a man of his word, he was still going to fold Todoroki in half like Sunday's laundry. Todoroki Shudo gripped his anger tight as he walked onto the arena because that was an excellent way of not feeling the sheer embarrassment that had followed him since he had seen Endeavor at the bottom of this hole. His old man was a monster, a piece of shit and maddeningly annoying on his best days, but second-hand embarrassment was a whole new consequence of having him as a father that Shudo could have lived without. At the other end of the arena, Midoriya was waiting, deceptively calm, but Shudo could see the anger still burning within him just from the way he was holding himself. All in all, Midoriya's quirk was stronger than Shudo's. There was no point denying it. However, it wasn't what made him dangerous. People with the strongest quirks were often defeated by people weaker than them because what mattered the most was training, versatility, and control. Those were things Shudo had in spades, while Midoriya had a tendency to rely on his brute strength to get the job done. Not because he was lazy or because he relied too much on his quirk, but because, from the conversations with Ida and Uraraka that had reached Shudo's ears, he didn't have much opportunity to train his quirk growing up and he had to contend with some serious backlash if he wasn't careful. However, there was a hunger in Midoriya's eyes, something avid but also full of something warmer, like the delight children showed when they received a new toy. It had put Shudo on edge the first time he had seen it, during the quirk assessment test. A hunger that only showed when Midoriya was exposed to quirks. That fascination meant that Midoriya wasn't only used to analyze quirks, but he also took personally the fact that Shudo wasn't using his flames. Shudo ought to be able to use it against him. When Present Mike announced the start of the match, Shudo didn't waste time, sending an iceberg, then a second. Midoriya burst through both of them, his power surrounding him in a way that gave Shudo goosebumps, but he was slower than before, for the cold was an insidious enemy. Midoriya managed to get closer, but Shudo made him pay for that lack of distance. The air around them was ice cold, burning the inside of his lungs. Black ice threatened to make him slip at every step, and ice spread from the ground and unto him, forcing Midoriya to break it so it wouldn't steal all of its warmth. But Midoriya still managed to land hits after hits on him, breaking through ice walls and ice barriers with a giddy determination. And to Shudo's horror, feeling this overwhelming strength so close to him was enough to make the slightest hint of flame burst from his skin. Midoriya danced around him, getting close, his punches slowing down just before they touched Shudo's flesh so he wouldn't end the fight in one hit, but with a power strong enough to hurt him, to make him flinch and to make his body react. Oath disregarded without a second though, while Shudo had to rein himself in. And Shudo made him pay for that too, using every move he had, things he actually wouldn't dare to use on another fellow student and that he hadn't used against the villains at the USJ. He focused his frost on specific points, making Midoriya flinch like he had been burned. Ice spikes threatened to cut him or even impale him. No strategy worked for long because Midoriya learned at a frightening speed. He started using only his fists, but soon into the fight, he was kicking both the ice that threatened to imprison him and Shudo himself. At first, he pushed through the ice, breaking it and wasting both energy and warmth. But he quickly started to dodge and climb and sometimes even hide. Shudo's hand found Midoriya's chest and he brought cold right through him, giving him thermic shock. The next thing he knew, he was punched with so much strength that his feet left the ground, all of his body going limp, but before he could summon an ice wall to prevent himself from being thrown out of bounds, Midoriya, still keeling over, grabbed him by the ankle and threw him right back into the ring. Because Midoriya wasn't trying to win. Or at least, for him, winning didn't mean ending the match. No, his true victory would be to force Shudo to break his oath. "Why are you so obsessed with my fire?" Shudo snarled, his legs shaking as he got back to his feet, furious. What had started as merely sparks when Midoriya came too close to him had now graduated to full flames now that exhaustion prevented him from containing them. "Because your quirk is beautiful," Midoriya managed to say, and unlike Shudo, all of his anger was gone. He was smiling like he was truly having fun. All of it. Shudo wondered if that insane man was even hearing himself, but he was thankfully distracted by a punch that threatened to take his head off. Midoriya had forgotten his anger and wasn't hiding that he was enjoying himself. His eyes were sparkling every time Shudo did something new, this hungry fascination showing on his face, and the way he fought, changed, adapting, clumsily mimicking what Shudo did. Midoriya could have ended the fight. He could have done to Shudo what he had done to the weird villain covered in hands at the USJ. But he didn't, not because he was playing with Shudo, or maybe he did, but not like a cat with its mouse before it ate it, but like this was a wonderful game and he was grateful towards Shudo for playing with him. Shudo felt something else. The weight of his past, the memory of his mother's face right before she had hurt him, all those training he had been forced to go through, they always accompanied him wherever he went, his pain crystallizing into an anger he eagerly carried with him. But at this moment he couldn't think about it. There was only Midoriya and him. The past wasn't chaining him down. He hadn't realized how freeing being fully in the present could be until this very moment, and he focused fully in the fight. Shudo wasn't ready when it came to an end. For the first time since the match had started, he saw doubt spreading over Midoriya's face. The boy looked at the broken arena covered in ice. Mist was appearing in front of his mouth every time he breathed. He frowned ever so slightly, a hint of guilt now showing on his face, and the light in his eyes considerably dimmed, smothered now that he had decided to stop playing with a playmate who kept showing his lack of interest. He seemed to dim in front of Shudo's very eyes, and he saw the moment where Midoriya decided to end the match, not because he had his fun yet but because he thought this was pointless. Midoriya could have forced Shudo to fully use his flames. They both knew it. And there was something about someone who had been so happy a moment earlier willingly stepping away from that same happiness in order not to push him into something he didn't want to do. But this was something that ought to be examined later, for the most pressing matter was the realization that Shudo himself didn't want it to end that way. His oath was not sustainable. He realized it now. Midoriya had coaxed flames out of him through sheer willpower, and it would happen again, in a situation where he couldn't afford the time and energy to smother them. It couldn't end that way. Maybe it was because he was currently too tired to hate his father, or because of Midoriya's words, when he had fervently claimed that Shudo's quirk was beautiful. Whatever it was, Shudo longed for that place where only the present mattered, where he was only Shudo and not the son of endeavor or a legacy of pain, and if he couldn't achieve that, he felt that he could at least show respect to the one who had made this feeling possible. Using his right side didn't feel like too high of a price. Shudo didn't only use his flames. He used both sides. The sudden heat spreading through the thoroughly frosted air triggered a chain reaction that threatened to destroy the entire arena. He didn't notice Midnight and Cemento screaming but did see the cement of the ground move. Surprise, then wonder and awe were reflected on Midoriya's face, then gratitude illuminated his eyes, like he had just been given the most beautiful of presents. Pride and contentment rolled over Shudo's like a wave, because this felt real and for the first time since what felt like forever, his past didn't exist anymore. Shudo unleashed his full power and Midoriya did the same. Shudo wasn't completely sure of what happened, just that their combined powers had literally leveled the field. He passed through 2 ice walls, the third one prevented him from flying out of bounds, and after that, for a moment that lasted between a second and a small eternity, the world was completely silent. The mist dissipated quickly and to his surprise, Midoriya was nowhere in sight, be it in or out of the ring. Shudo should have been worried to have accidentally vaporized a classmate on live television, especially one he had somehow managed to appreciate in less than a day, but his instinct assured him that nothing except maybe a citywide catastrophe could kill someone like Midoriya. He took a step forward, trying to see what had happened to him. In the corner of his eyes, Midnight, who had been ejected from the platform where she had been standing, was slowly getting back to her feet, looking as confused as he felt. Something hit him on the head. He staggered, refusing to pass out, but that was enough for someone to grab him by the back of his shirt and throw him like a rag doll right into that poor platform, who had gone through an explosion but didn't manage to survive Todoroki's landing. Later, he would learn that Midoriya had punched a hole in the ground and sought refuge there in order not to be blown away by the explosion, then had sneaked right behind Shudo before bashing his head with a piece of rubble. Hisashi didn't realize that his sweet and beautiful wife had put her shoes on until he heard the sound of the front door opening and he realized that it was it. His wife was going straight to UA because their son had pushed her to her breaking point. She had 1 foot out of the door when he reached her, picking her up like she weighed nothing and reminding her that Izuku was really happy to be in UA, was having a lot of fun with his brand new quirk, and that any grounding could wait until tonight. Shudo stayed long enough in the infirmary for Recovery Girl to confirm that he didn't have a concussion and quickly ran out of there because his old man was still on an infirmary bed, potentially shell-shocked, and he didn't wish to spend more time than necessary in his company. Recovery Girl had been worried about some potential hypothermia, but not only had his flames taken care of that problem during the match but ever since, he had been feverish, his left side having come to life and his flames burning under his skin, something that had never happened before. Even when he got angry, his quirk tended to make the world around him colder. His mind immediately went to Midoriya. This had started with him. He wondered if it was a side effect of his quirk, but it didn't seem right to him. It was probably a side effect of not using his fire for so long only to use it at full power back then. His steps led him on a natural trail among the trees in UA and his thoughts still came back to Midoriya. Unbeknownst to him, something more vast than the sky and with a grudge against the green-haired boy was rejoicing about Shudo being so focused on him, already shifting the narrative so it would have someone to stand against the force of chaos that had sneaked into its story. At the same moment, Bakugo appeared from around a corner and glared as if Shudo had appeared in his field of vision specifically to annoy him. Shudo was going to avoid him, then remembered he might be the person who knew Midoriya the most in all of UA, except for All Might, of course. Bakugo, you're his childhood friend? Has Midoriya always been like this? Bakugo stopped, frowning and looking at Todoroki with open suspicion, but since he hadn't yelled at him to shut up, he was obviously interested. Like what? He asked like a man expecting a specific answer. Words like radiant, cute, kind, gentle, beautiful, and cute again immediately came to Shudo's mind, followed by him realizing something that should have been obvious, for he had just thrown away a very serious oath and an even more serious need to antagonize his father by refusing to use the quirk he had passed him down just to make someone smile. A wave of horror hit him as he realized why his quirk was hard to control for the first time in years. He should have seen it coming. He had been there when Fuyumi had accidentally stumbled upon a basketball play where Miruko was and left a trail of ice everywhere she went. This was a crush. This was what a crush felt like. Somehow, despite spending years building tall walls nowhere could get through, he had managed to get a crush on someone he had antagonized at every occasion and who was now roaming in his mind like a bull in a china shop. Actually, a sound of mute horror echoed through the universe, on a register that Shudo couldn't have heard even if he had been paying attention to his surroundings. From what Shudo understood from those things, he now had to confess. He just wasn't sure if there was a protocol to follow. A letter seemed traditional. Bribes in the form of chocolate were also an option, from what he remembered from several mangas, but he had a feeling that All Might merch would serve him better. Of course, any other teenager on the planet would have been mortified and an absolute mess about just straight up admitting their feelings to someone, but Shudo benefited from an advantage over them. Being homeschooled for so long had left him unable to feel shame because of social situations. So yes, he was going to confess, right now, because he wanted to be sure, and the worst that could happen was Midoriya telling him he wasn't interested. If that happened, he would ask if they could be friends anyway. And from that day, it was like that nerd was something else entirely. Still, he had been trained to assess risks, so he still wondered about the probabilities of his confession working in his favor. This doesn't make sense. He had always been quirkless. And now he has this. Midoriya had told him that his quirk was beautiful, which could be considered something flirty to say. He had been so happy to fight with him, which meant that he might not be opposed to spending time with Shudo. Also, Shudo found incredibly funny the idea that Endeavor might be catatonic because Midoriya had informed him that he would one day be in-law with All Might. Hey, are you even listening to me? Izuku, standing in front of a vending machine with some suspicious indents here and there, was devouring mandas like a rabid hyena who hadn't eaten in a week when Todoroki appeared out of nowhere, almost giving him a heart attack. Midoriya, Todoroki said, looking even more serious than when he had lured him in a tunnel to ask him if he was All Might's BSRD child. Izuku wondered how long he had been there and if had seen him rot the vending machine up when it had eaten his money without releasing any sweets. And if he had, was he going to tell All Might? I was wondering if you would agree to go out with me, Todoroki said instead. Izuku blinked, surprised. Well, sure, he still answered with no hesitation. If you want. Todoroki seemed surprised that Izuku had accepted so easily, but he also pounced on this opportunity, with the eagerness of a man who didn't want to leave someone the occasion to change their mind. I was thinking maybe not this Saturday, but the next one? That sounds good, Izuku said, increasingly more confused. Todoroki visibly relaxed, like Izuku's answer had lifted a weight from his shoulder. The boy didn't have the time to wonder about it as Todoroki gave him an incredibly soft smile, which knocked all the air from his lungs and threatened to fry his brain. This had nothing to do with the beautiful but unhinged smile Todoroki had shown him during their match. This was something else that should qualify as a weapon, transforming Todoroki's already beautiful face into something even more dangerous, and Izuku couldn't understand for the life of him why he hadn't used it to win all of his matches. Todoroki thanked him and told him that he didn't want to distract him before his next match, so he would leave him so he could focus, but not before he took Izuku's phone number. He also said that he would cheer for him, which didn't make any sense, but Izuku's mind was under attack and couldn't analyze the situation. It's only when Todoroki left that he wondered where Todoroki wanted to go on a Saturday and what he needed him for. He considered going after him to ask him some precisions, but he was distracted by what would be best described as a great disturbance in the force. He tilted his head, his ears ringing as if someone very far away was shrieking in horror and frustration. Tokoyami lost against Kaken and Izuku won against Ida, who genuinely congratulated him after their fight, and Izuku fled the company of his friends during the break between the matches. He wandered in the infirmary, pretending that it was because he wanted to check on Endeavor, but the truth was that he couldn't bear Ida and Uraraka genuinely encouraging him and rooting for him, for he wasn't going to win the sport festival. Since Izuku had reincarnated in this world, some sort of weight had always been there, subtle except during his first day, but omnipresent and impossible to escape. Like ambient noise, he had learned to ignore it until he didn't even have to make a conscious effort to do so, but he was always aware of what it meant. The plot was watching. While his first day as Midoriya, Izuku had been like God, mistaking him for a puppet, then throwing a homicidal fit when the teenager had cut off his strings and ran like hell and straight into a vault. This time, it felt more like a terse warning. Do you really think you can get away with this? The warning had become stronger and crystal clear right after Present Mike and Eri had announced him as the winner during his match with Ida. Now the only thing between Kaken and winning the sport festival was Izuku. The sport festival might have very low stakes in the light novel, but it did have ramifications for the rest of the story. Bakugo had to win the sport festival, proving that he was a suitable recruit for the League of Villains, which would make Shigaraki Tamura attack the summer camp, and it would lead them to Kamino. And it wasn't that Izuku was eager to follow the cannon stations, but he had a feeling that there would be hell to pay if Kaken wasn't the one to win. He knocked at the door of the infirmary and Recovery Girl informed him that Endeavor was gone while Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were disappearing into the soundproof room with one pillow each. Recovery Girl, rubbing her temples, grumbled about how she couldn't wait for the moment All Might would hug the victors and this whole thing would be over. She hadn't finished that last sentence that a nervous laugh was escaping Izuku's lips. No one had told him that there was the possibility of winning an exclusive All Might hug. He took a deep breath, refusing to let his inner fanboy win. There is no way I am going to risk my life against an omnipotent personification of fate just for an all-might hug, he decided. I am smarter than that. Izuku had nothing to prove. He was going to forfeit. That way, the plot wouldn't throw a tantrum and Kaken would be really angry about it. The mark of a true compromise was, after all, that everyone should be a little unhappy. Later, Izuku would swear, his hand on the limited edition All Might Collector databook, that he had no idea of how that Molotov cocktail had appeared in his hand and that he didn't have the attention of setting his classmate on fire, which felt like an unfair question since no one had asked that question to Todoroki when he had tried to remove Izuku's eyebrows with his thermic explosion. The first place on the podium snapped under Izuku's feet like it was made of rotten wood and he fell face first to the ground. On live television, no less. Now, that's just petty, Izuku grumbled as Tokoyami helped him get back to his feet. Kaken, standing right next to the podium because he had refused to share it with Izuku, scoffed. But it didn't matter. All Might appeared, made jokes, made sure that Izuku was all right and glared at the podium that had betrayed him, then gave him an exclusive All Might hug, the best hug in the world. Nothing could have ruined this moment. Inko's husband had put on his coat and helmet and had 1 foot out of the warp gate when Inko tackled him, or at least tried to. She didn't manage to make him lose his balance because, unlike him, she didn't have the benefit of multiple strength quirks, but she hung on to his head and somehow managed to stop him right before he did something that couldn't be undone. Hisashi, you will not ruin Izuku's big moment because you're jealous. I'm not jealous, Hisashi lied to her, his voice so cold that they could have used it as AC during the last canicule. I am just going to rip those stupid hair tufts from his giant head, break all of his limbs and flay all the skin that touched my son from his body. Hisashi! Izuku was floating on a cloud as he went back to the locker, his medal between his fingers. This had to be worth it. He didn't care what the plot would throw at him next. It was never going to spare him anyway. For the first time since he had reincarnated in this world, he was fully happy and wasn't afraid of the future. Midoriya, Ida called him. Izuku turned towards his friend, smiling. He had wondered where he had disappeared during the last part of the sport festival, but he was glad that he was back. He saw the expression on his friend's face too late. Ida's fingers sank into his shoulders with enough strength to hurt him, but the uncomfort was nothing next to the horror and the grief in his friend's eyes. He was watching his friend being destroyed from the inside, in a way that no light novel could have ever described. Izuku immediately realized what this was about. Hearing it was still horrifying. Did you know? Did you know about my brother? Izuku opened his mouth but no word came out. Did you know that it was today? Tenya had known he was making a mistake from the moment he hadn't immediately left UA to go to the hospital. He knew that he was being unfair and awful and wrong in every way possible, but the anger and the pain exploded out of him, seeking a target. Who else could it be when Stain was out of reach and his brother whom he loved so much was between life and death? So he screamed at his friend, and all it did was to make him feel even worse. His eyes filled with tears, and he had to clench his teeth in order not to howl like a wounded animal, in order not to lose his mind. He had been given a chance to prevent a tragedy and he hadn't taken it. He looked up to Midoriya, knowing he had to apologize, knowing that he knew that it wasn't his fault but that he was weak enough to vent his anger on him anyway, but instead, he saw the look of pure terror on Midoriya's face. He wasn't scared of Ida. No, instead, he looked like a man who had just witnessed his own death and the death of everyone he loved. Sparks of green and red lines of power spread on Midoriya's skin, his power coming to life, and Tenya was forced to take a step back. Midoriya ran, at a speed even Tenya's brother couldn't have matched on his best day. He fled out of UA without looking back, no matter how much his classmates called after him. Izuku didn't remember how he arrived at the Dagoba beach, the sand now clean and pure, not showing any trace of the dumpster it had once been. One for All was screaming under his skin. His mind was made of statics, unable to deal with the situation. And around him, the universe was quiet, but he would have hurt less if it had directly taunted him. Izuku's scream reached the sky, so raw it sounded barely human. He wasn't coherent enough to threaten or to beg or to ask why. Instead, his despair saturated the air and he screamed until he tasted blood in his throat. Ida had left a dozen of messages on Izuku's phone by the time the teenager got home. He was apologizing for getting angry and for implying that what had happened was Izuku's fault. He even added that Izuku had done everything he could to prevent this catastrophe and they were the one who had failed to take the necessary precautions. His voice broke at some point, but he didn't let Izuku hear that he was crying. Izuku could hear the hospital noises behind him and hear how choked up he was, but to be honest, the entire conversation was an afterthought. Nothing felt real right now. His medal, made of solid gold, was tossed on his bed. His notebooks were messily piled on the desk. Even the weight of his phone seemed off. Despite what Ida had said, Ingenium hadn't been attacked the day of the sport festival but during the night that had preceded it. Izuku had believed that he would be safe by then, but the plot apparently didn't mind rush jobs. Ingenium had survived but was paralyzed. The two sidekicks that had been with him were dead. Ida Tensei had spent half of the night in this alley, surrounded by his co-workers' dead bodies. Those sidekicks' deaths had never been mentioned anywhere. Those two people should be alive. Not only Izuku's warning had failed to save Ingenium, not only had Stain, who was at best an ambush predator who should have his behind kicked when faced with a pro-hero from Ingenium's caliber ready for a fight, been somehow able to defeat both him and two of Idaten's sidekicks, but people who should have survived were now dead. Izuku turned on his phone during the weekend so he wouldn't get to see the well-meaning messages his friends were sending him. Their kindness wasn't something he could currently handle. He spent the entire weekend writing down everything he remembered from Symbol of Victory, tried to predict what would happen, and then tried to find ways to prevent the worst tragedies. It had worked for Mineta and Azui. Why hadn't it worked for Ingenium? He didn't go to school on Monday. He asked his parents if he could stay home, and even though they were obviously worried, they accepted and gave him the space he asked for. Even his father stayed outside the door, sometimes sitting against the wall but without getting in Izuku's domain. Izuku warned his friends and all might not to worry about him. After all, going to UA had never been necessary to accomplish his goals. On Wednesday, his mom seemingly lost patience and knocked at the door of his working space. She could be differentiated from his father because he knocked carefully, curiously a little like Izuku when he was concerned about One for All leaving indents on an innocent door, while his mom had no such fears and knocked like the door owed her money. He put his marker down, wincing as he saw the ink staining his hands, and turned the wheel on the vault door. It turned out that his mother wasn't behind the door. Todoroki was. "Your mom told me you would be down there." He was wearing his school uniform. "Is that a bank vault?" Izuku stayed quiet, not knowing how to react. He had spent most of his life compartmentalizing different aspects of his existence. Classmates belonged to school. His family belonged to his home. Heroes and strangers and other people belonged to the rest of the world. Todoroki, as he was standing here, didn't seem real. Yeah, Izuku finally said, answering on autopilot. I modified the door so I can lock myself in when I need some alone time. Todoroki nodded, but he wasn't really listening to him anymore. Instead, his gaze was drawn by something behind him. Izuku followed his eyes and panicked, not because of the giant bank vault, who didn't like having a vault, but because he had spent the last 3 days working in there and hadn't noticed before this very moment that his environment looked like peak madness. All Might merch were neatly and lovingly put on one side of the vault, but a wall had been left free so Izuku could hang torn pages from his notebooks, demented doodles about future plot points, words written on the wall with a marker, words scratched on the wall with a Nagant survival knife, strings everywhere, and on the ceiling, several pictures of All Might surrounding the words, "Do it for him." Was this a very efficient way for him to analyze the situation and to order his thoughts? Would anyone witnessing this scene be well within their rights to put him in a mental ward? Absolutely. Izuku stepped out of the vault and closed the door behind him. Todoroki? Why aren't you at school? Why aren't you? Todoroki asked. Yeah, he got me there. I'm not here to bring you back to you, Todoroki might have tried to reassure him, except it sounded like a warning. His people skills were apparently even rustier than Izuku's. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out today. Todoroki pronounced those 2 words like a man unfamiliar with the very concept. It was the very reason why the no died on Izuku's lips. Izuku was a loner. He had stopped minding being alone a long time ago, but he also needed moments by himself in order to recharge. And while he had his fill those last few days, he needed to be on his own to find a way to fight the plot. But Todoroki had never spent time relaxing with a friend. Actually, Izuku doubted he ever had a friend before. Todoroki was probably here because Izuku was the only person his age he had bonded with, and said bonding involved mostly a fight that had destroyed an entire arena and traumatized Cementos. Give me 5 minutes to change, Izuku said instead. Izuku didn't fix his hair and put on a slightly nicer outfit than usual for any other reason than because he didn't want people to mistake him for some gremlin who was bothering a nice UA student. There was no other reason. Inko did what every good mother would do and spied at the window as her son, who had been depressed for the past few days, left with a classmate. He had changed out of his All Might-themed clothes, which were a known comfort outfit for him, and he was now looking better than he had ever seemed in the past week. Hisashi, look at that, he's got a friend, she smiled, almost moved to tears. A friend who was worried enough about him to come here and cheer him up. But her husband didn't answer. She looked back, to see him standing away from the window, his eyes cold as he was radiating an aura of distrust. He looked like a standoffish cat who was outraged that someone had come into his house and touched one of his toys. I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it, he finally said. Inko could have told him about how Izuku had been miserable and friendless in middle school and how important it was that he had taken a fresh start in UA. That before he got a quirk, Izuku talking about classmates or just his day in general had been a rarity. And that he ought to be happy. But they were married, so all she had to do was to raise an eyebrow to communicate all of that in less than a second. What if he's pretending to be a friend but intends to mock Izuku? Hisashi argued. Kids are cruel. I would know, I've been one. Then I will kill him. They both blinked, surprised. The words had come out of Inko's mouth before she even had the time to think about them. The surprise was chased from her husband's face by sheer delight, and he grinned. The next thing Inko knew, he was lifting her in her arms, spinning her like she was barely heavier than a couple of grapes. A giggle escaped her lips. She had no choice but to kiss this silly and beautiful man. Despite what he had said, Izuku expected Todoroki to try to convince him to go back to UA anyway, or at least to talk with him about what had happened with Tenya, but instead, he offered to go and watch a movie. He told Izuku to pick one, and after Izuku asked him if he was okay with horror movies, he picked Speak of the Devil, a hilarious film where a bunch of high school students summoned a demon for fun and had to deal with the delightfully awful consequences. Todoroki didn't seem to appreciate it as much as Izuku, since he spent half of the movie with his face in Izuku's shoulder, which was an interesting experience. Once he regained the ability to think straight, Izuku offered for them to leave, but Todoroki fervently refused and kept sneaking curious and even fascinated glances before hiding again. After that, Todoroki offered for them to go to a new and incredibly expensive restaurant located on the roof of a building, but Izuku hysterically cackled and admitted that he didn't do well with roofs, so they went to the restaurant one floor below the first one. It made delicious soba and the view was simply amazing. Once they were done eating, they didn't want the day to be over just yet, so they went shopping, and Izuku discovered that everything Todoroki put on turned into something worthy of a fashion runway, and he indulged Izuku as he asked him to try half of what was in the 3 stores they visited. Todoroki left with brand new All Might t-shirts, All Might hoodies, and a leather jacket had insisted on offering him. As soon as he had seen Todoroki with it, he had realized it would be a crime for the world to be deprived of the vision of Todoroki wearing it. Izuku himself left with several new All Might figurines, and Todoroki offered him a leather bracelet which he tied himself to Izuku's wrist. It was beautiful and its weight was comforting. By the time they stopped to eat ice cream, Izuku realized that for the first time in a very long time, he had stopped feeling the weight of fate bearing down on him. Oh, technically he knew it was still there. But it was like he could think clearly for the first time in days. Number 2 hero, Shuto. Your homeroom teacher called me. Why did you skip school today? Number 2 hero, I can see that you're leaving me on read. Me? I'm aware. Number 2 hero, SEO. After he walked Todoroki home and thanked him for today, Izuku had the unexpected but lovely surprise of finding All Might wandering in his neighborhood, a large gift-wrapped package under his arm. Young Midoriya, he smiled. I am sorry to bother you here, but I couldn't reach you through your cell phone. Izuku winced. Oh yes, sorry. I turned off my phone. Because I was overwhelmed and obsessed about the laws of causality, and the concept of fate went without saying. Well, it's all right, All Might assured him. I wasn't worried. And I know that teenagers need their space, and I respect that. By the way, no need to check your phone. I just wanted to congratulate you for winning the sport festival. I have a gift for you. The package found its way to Izuku's hand, and the wrapping spontaneously evaporated under Izuku's trembling fingers. Oh, it's not necessary, oh my god. Is that the blue jacket you were seen wearing in college in California? To us. It was the very same jacket. It was old and worn, and Izuku wasn't wearing it yet, but it felt like touching one of All Might's hugs. This old thing? All Might pretended to be surprised that Izuku was recognizing it, even though he knew that Izuku was his #1 fan. Well, yes, I suppose it is. I remembered I had it and I thought you might like it. The word, like, was an understatement. The word, like, was an insult to every true fan who knew about this jacket and would kill for it. The word, like, was derisory compared to the sheer greed burning in Izuku's heart and the love that pushed him forwards, and which had made him imagine many plans to steal it from Kaken once he would win it. Oh, Kaken would have fought him for it. But even if the plot itself had been on his side, he wouldn't have gotten that jacket back. Do you like it? All Might asked with a little voice. Izuku would have loved to answer that, but by that point he was fully sobbing out of pure joy and greed, and a puddle had formed at their feet. So he simply nodded and tried to communicate through his body language that he would kill for All Might. Toshinori, teacher, you were right. He immediately felt better when I gave him some merch. Toshinori, he hugged me for 30 minutes. Toshinori, and swore that my jacket would become a family heirloom. Me? Excellent. Once Izuku stopped bouncing out of pure happiness, he realized that it was maybe time for him to turn on his phone again. It took him an hour to find it. His mom found it behind the couch, and even though the battery hadn't been charged in days, it immediately started beeping as it came back to life, a flood of messages making his phone vibrate with so much strength that it almost escaped from Izuku's hand. Then smoke started to rise from it. Izuku barely had the time to take the SIM card out before the phone got hotter and hotter, smoke rising from it as the onslaught of messages threatened to make it implode. His mom, sensing the danger, used her quirk on it so it would jump in her hand, and before it touched her skin, she batted it with a book right into the fridge, and she closed the fridge door. The sound of a small explosion reached them, but neither Izuku, his mom, or his father said a word. Instead, They decided that they didn't want to consider what had happened and silently agreed that Izuku's father would be the one to deal with this mess. Izuku was left without a phone, but when he commented about it out loud, his mom disappeared in her room and came back with a shoebox full of burner phones, which was highly suspicious, but Izuku's mom was entitled to her privacy, so he simply thanked her as he put his SIM card in a brand new phone. He quickly saw why his cell phone hadn't survived. All of his classmates had called him and sent him messages. Todoroki had sent him an impressive amount of messages Izuku was forced to skim through, and Ida had apologized about 1,000,000 times. As for All Might, he had sent Izuku more texts and phone calls than anyone else combined. Ida, Tenya, Midoriya, I must once again tell you how sorry I am. What I did was wrong. No one in my family blames you for what happened, on the contrary. You gave us a chance to prevent a tragedy and we squandered it. I am deeply ashamed of my behavior, and I do understand if you do not wish to ever talk to me again. Me? Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Izuku, wearing All Might's jacket, was sitting on the gazebo that had been put on the Dagoba beach after All Might and him had cleaned the beach. The night had fallen and stars were watching over the world, cold and distant. His feet were dangling in the emptiness and his heartbeat was slow and relaxed. I have been thinking about you lately, he said, his voice somehow both tranquil and sharp. I'm not sure what you are. The world. The universe. I have been thinking about my place in all of this, and I have to admit, I still don't see a way of how to survive. Of how to change things to create a better future. He was at peace, the kind of peace that one could only achieve once they accepted what the future had in hold for them. But I have come to a realization. His parents' faces appeared in front of his eyes. All Might's followed. Then his friends. I am going to kill you, Izuku promised. He didn't know if he could protect them. He didn't know if he could spare them his death. I am going to kill you even if that's the last thing I do. I don't care what you are. I don't care if I am an intruder in your perfect little story. Izuku had never asked to come here, but he would be dead if he didn't take his would-be murderer down with him. I am coming for you. I'm going to kill you. And I want you to know that this is all your fault. Because you deserve to die. On Tuesday morning, Tenya was pacing in front of the massive UA gates, his stomach twisted into knots and worry making his head hang low. After 26 phone calls, 57 text messages and various cards and gifts given to All Might in the futile hope that he would pass them to Midoriya, All Might had warned Tenya that Midoriya had turned off his phone because he wanted some time to think and that he was going to respect his space, but what other choice did Tenya had? Midoriya had finally turned his phone on and answered Tenya, accepting his apology. But this had to be a lie. He had been unfair and awful to his friend and nothing could ever erase it. Tenya would have loved for nothing more than to meet his friend face to face and explain to him how sorry he was, but he had first been thwarted by not knowing his friend's address. Then a conversation with All Might had made him realize that the least he could do was to respect Midoriya's boundaries. And yet, he wished he had the sheer audacity of Todoroki, who had broken into the teacher's room, stolen the information sheet Midoriya had filled. The whole school had heard Mr. Aizawa scream in sheer outrage, then proceeded to skip school for the rest of the day. So instead, he had been waiting every day since the beginning of the week to see if today would be the day Midoriya would come back to school. He had waited long enough that he had been coming to class only 5 minutes before the bell rang, which meant 20 minutes late, as every serious student knew. He looked at his phone, reading the 6 words Midoriya had sent him. When he looked up, Midoriya was there, walking towards him, then he stopped. Hi. The words Tenya had prepared died in his throat, choked on too many emotions at once. Guilt, anger at himself, sadness, grief, and many others he could never hope to name. I'm sorry, he whispered. His friend hugged him. He was smaller than Ida but felt more solid, a rock in an existence that had become uncertain and frightening. Ida hanged on to him and did his best not to cry because in this moment, he knew that his friend had never been mad at him. He didn't deserve a friend like Midoriya.